for the old me. Tryna kickstart my heartbeat. You won't find me begging now. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. So the next time you're lonely, checking your phone for the old me. Tryna kickstart my heartbeat. You won't find me begging now. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural.
In World of Wonder version 3.4, we made several improvements to interactions and gameplay devices. Let's check them out. Let's start with the updates to the defensive tower device and environment control device. You can now set multiple defense towers when using interaction activation. Now, when players interact with the device in a creation, they can select any defense tower from the list to spawn it. New environment control device weather. You can now give your creation a unique sky with blood moon weather. Next, we updated the water cube. With more customization options, you can now customize them to look like lava and polluted water. We hope this helps you design gameplay that's even better suited for your creation. Finally, to help creators design creations more efficiently, we've made various interaction improvements. In area editing mode, the grid plane's height will no longer change when placing objects. At the same time, free editing mode now supports zooming in and out using your fingers. In terms of the backpack, you can now choose whether to have it cover half the screen or be further minimized. We've also added secondary tabs and tags, so you can find the objects you need much faster. Furthermore, you can now drag objects directly from the backpack to place them. We also improved horizontal and vertical character movement by removing the effects of inertia. You can long press to continue moving. In free editing mode, use the quick move button to move directly to the plane of a selected object. The camera is now positioned towards the right when the UI is expanded, so it no longer blocks the player or objects. This should make editing objects more convenient. Likewise, when editing building objects, they can be resized and rotated along the X and Y axes without using parameter switches. That's it for this introduction to the new and improved World of Wonder editor controls. Experience the latest improvements for yourself. To learn more, please follow the official PUBG Mobile community. Winner winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Dear survivors of PUBG Mobile Metro Royale, have you noticed that the town is a little different from before? A mysterious power is quietly approaching. Let's see what happened to the town. When the darkness of night falls, the town becomes rather enchanting. You will find a bottle of transformation salve in your backpack. It will bring you a completely different experience. Use it to transform into a vampiric fiend or wolf warrior. Use their powers to fight against zombies and other enemies. If you choose to become a vampiric fiend, you will gain the ability to fly. When you're surrounded by zombies, you can make a quick escape. You can also fly in the sky and launch attacks at enemies on the ground. Once you reach a certain altitude, you can use the quick dive ability to swoop to the ground, dealing damage to zombies and enemies within range. Also, after you defeat an enemy, a blood orb will spawn nearby on the battleground. Touch it to recover some health over a short period of time. When transformed, you will automatically absorb blood orbs nearby. If you choose to become a wolf warrior, you will gain a speed boost, jump boost, and wall climb ability. These abilities enhance your mobility, helping you sprint quickly to the next fight. You can also jump and climb walls to get over obstacles. Additionally, wolf warriors have a close combat advantage. You can punch to deal damage to zombies and enemies within range. When sprinting, you can still launch an attack to damage enemies within range. Oh, and using the Howl ability buffs you and your nearby teammates. Whether you choose to transform into a vampiric fiend or a wolf warrior, they will grant you power in the dark of night. Making strategic use of their abilities will definitely provide you with a unique and fun gaming experience. To that end, we've also made adjustments and improvements to the room feature in Metro Royale. We've removed some original room parameters and also added some new ones. Now, in the room's advanced parameters screen, You can enable all members use owner's loadout and talents. After enabling it, all players will use the owner's preset loadout and talents. We've also added settings for match duration and return point ready duration. You can customize their parameters according to match requirements. Furthermore, players spectating in the room can now view return point information on the spectator map. In addition to all of this, we've also improved how custom parameters are displayed on the room screen. You can now clearly see details of the parameters you wish to customize. We hope these improvements will elevate your gaming experience. Some basic functions have also been improved. From Chapter 22 onwards, you can head to Settings, Controls, Advanced Controls to choose if you want to show teammate outfits in the lobby and during matches. Furthermore, on the screen to hide advanced equipment, we've added the Hide Advanced Helmet option so you can further customize your look in the lobby and during matches. Additionally, players who play both Classic Mode and Metro Royale can head to Settings and, depending on their needs, independently disable Auto Pickup for just Metro Royale. Chapter 22 also brings new season rewards and collectibles, so don't forget to increase your season level and get your collectibles and rewards. On top of that, Misty Port, Arctic Base, and the Zombie Uprising mode will have special supply crates scattered around. These crates may turn out to be a treasure specter when open. If you happen to come across them, don't let them get away. Defeat them to get lots of supplies. Remember to look out for them. Oh, and one final thing. You can swipe left from the lobby to access your most played game modes and set Metro Royale as a shortcut. That way, you can easily access Metro Royale. PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 22 will be available on September 12th. Don't miss out on this update. Embark on an enchanting adventure, and may your evacuation be safe and your loot plentiful. Fortune favors the brave. Welcome to PUBG Mobile 3.4. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode and improved the game as a whole. Let's explore this new version together. The conflict between the vampires and werewolves has lasted for several millennia, and now you can take part in it as well. Welcome to PUBG Mobile's newest themed mode, Blood Moon Awakening. Allow me to introduce you to the new themed areas, where the werewolves and vampires call home. Let's check them out. The area before us is vampire territory, the Crimson Castle. It has loads of supplies, and you can access the final reward crate sooner through battle. Here, the sky alternates between day and night. Hide in one of the many coffins inside the castle to ambush your enemies. You'll also find the vampire throne there. Legend has it that activating it unleashes an immense and mysterious power. The castle's altar room contains ritual crates that contain rich loot and the activation item for the vampire throne. Additionally, crimson keys can be found throughout the map. Use them to open a portal that will bring you or your teammates straight to the Crimson Castle. Have yourself a blood-sucking adventure. Here, we have before us the ancestral home of the werewolves, the Wolf Settlement. There are various ancient buildings here to explore. This area also alternates between day and night. At night, you can activate a puzzle via the ancestral statue beneath the spirit tree. Find the lost wolf spirits to get the ancestral treasure. Lastly, let's go over the new vehicle in this version, the two-seater animal vehicle, Horse. It can swim and jump, and you can fire from it while mounted. When you're with your team, it can follow allies. It can also be fed and recalled. A horse infected with crimson energy gains an additional double jump ability. Are you ready to explore the land of the supernatural? I look forward to seeing how you fare. Now, you can use the new character transformation mechanic to join the battle as a vampire or a werewolf. First, let's go over the Wolf Warrior. Use Wolf Salve to turn into a Wolf Warrior. After transforming, you'll gain a dash ability and the ability to scale walls by jumping. Finally, they have a special Howl ability that grants themselves and all nearby allies enhanced movement speed and damage reduction. Next, let's go over the Vampiric Fiend. Use Blood Oath Extract to become one. After doing so, eliminating an enemy in either human or Vampiric Fiend form will generate a Blood Orb. Touch them to quickly restore your health. Vampiric Fiends can absorb these orbs from a distance. Right after transforming into a vampire, you'll grow wings and gain the ability to fly. Fly swiftly over short distances, or swoop down swiftly to strike a target area, dealing damage and knocking enemies back. Finally, Vampiric Fiends can fire energy bombs that unleash crimson gas on impact. Players caught within the gas cannot use medical items. Now then, which of these two creatures do you prefer? Get in the game and try it out. In the new version, we've added several new mechanics. Within the Crimson Castle, you'll find the formidable boss, Dracula. Pick up a crimson crystal from the map and crush it to open a crimson rift that will bring you straight to his lair. Dracula has two forms. In his first form, he'll approach his prey swiftly and unleash powerful melee attacks. He may also turn into a bat and teleport beside you. After defeating him in the first phase, he'll enter a frenzied state. Dracula uses various ranged attacks in the frenzied state and also brings out a shield. But fear not, after breaking his shield, he'll take a lot more damage. Get behind cover to evade his ranged attacks. Challenge Dracula now to get amazing rewards. Moving on, we've also spiced up treasure hunting with gargoyle troves and treasure specters. You'll get loads of great rewards from them. Additionally, we've added a banner display mechanic that lets you show off your elimination count after transforming. Let everyone know your achievements in Blood Moon Awakening. In this version's updated classic mode, we added a new dual-wield firearm, the Dual MP7. It equips to the pistol slot, is agile, enjoys a fast rate of fire, but does not support aiming down sights. Likewise, we added a new vehicle, the Hovercraft. It can be operated on land and in water, and is equipped with armored glass that prevents players inside and outside from firing at each other. We've also added the Self-AED to classic mode. We hope it adds another layer of tactics. Also, the Crimson Castle Plaza themed map has been added to arena mode. Defeat enemies with your teammates in intense battles like never before. Stay tuned for classic mode update videos to learn more. With Blood Moon Awakening's arrival, you can now also fight zombies in Metro Royale's Zombie Uprising mode as a werewolf or vampire. Choose from different abilities to thwart the zombie waves. We've also added treasure specters to the Misty Port and Arctic base maps. Defeat them to get great rewards. Furthermore, we've made some room and basic feature updates. Follow Metro Royale announcements for more details. The new version brings the debut of the Maple Courtyard Palace series of home items, along with an event celebrating its launch. New stylish items await you. Don't forget to join the home competition. Unleash your creativity and build your dream home. Stay tuned for home update videos to learn more. Version 3.4 also brings Wonder Season to World of Wonder. Also, we've added a new map template featuring Erangel after a century-long drought. More importantly, vampire and werewolf transformations are now available in World of Wonder. May this bring your World of Wonder creativity to a new level. For more details, stay tuned for World of Wonder news. Plus, Cycle 7 Season 20 has been updated, with new tier rewards for both Classic Season and Casual Season. That's it for this overview of the new content available in Blood Moon Awakening. Get ready for the grand supernatural showdown between werewolves and vampires. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Ultimate Royale is a new ranking system created by PUBG Mobile and released in 3.4 for all you hardcore players and those who aspire to become pros.
The only requirement to participate in this brand new ranked mode is to be crowned tier or above in any mode in the current or previous season. With this new mode, new tiers are also being introduced, such as Vanguard, Exceed, Supreme, Peerless, and Legends.
The ranked mode will open up at set times along the week for you to try to battle your way to the top. To truly embody the competitive nature of PUBG Mobile, the original battleground of Classic Wrangle will be the exclusive map of Ultimate Royale.
This ranked experience will also replicate all of the settings that make PUBG Mobile Esports what it is today. The lobby size will now host only 64 players instead of the usual 100, red zones have been removed, while the zone settings and the loot spawn rates will now be the same as in official tournaments.
Of course, for the players skilled enough to participate in Ultimate Royale, there will be exclusive tier rewards to reflect your skill. Furthermore, if you're able to break into the Ultimate 500, this being our top 500 players in your respective region, you open up the opportunity to be scouted by professional esports teams thanks to the improved visibility of the top 500 rankings. It can help you and your team participate in PMGO by being selected to skip the first round of PMGO qualifiers or selected by your region's pro teams for a tryout as a pro player. More information will be revealed during the season by PUBG Mobile Esports, so stay tuned.
We've seen you guys in the chat saying, oh, I can beat this team. Well, now is your chance to prove it by trying your best to rank into the top 500 to potentially get your chance to compete with the best in the world. And speaking of best in the world, we proudly present to you the Ultimate Royale Season 1 cover team, the 2024 PMWC champions, Alpha 7 Esports.
Ruxa, pega da direita. Bora. Pega da direita. Desculpa, já chega. Chega disso, This is how we train, and you know this story. Anyone can be the one. We know it, you know it. Play Ultimate Royale. We are waiting for you.
but Ratto Boy goes down. The need through the back line. He finds one, and it's turned. There's the response back though. First pickup. Yo! Oh, he goes on to do it.
The PMSL concludes today for EMEA. That's right, we've got one more set of matches for you, 6 of them to be precise, as we are going to be crowning a champion of EMEA relatively soon. So make sure you stick around to find out just who that's going to be. At the moment, Team Spirit are atop the pack, but that could all change.
It could all change. We'll see what happens. I mean, there is still time and potential for some of these teams to rise towards the top of the leaderboard, pick themselves up in those PMGC slots. But right now, we do have a lot of slots available. If all 4 of our PMG slot holders head towards the top side of the lobby into that top 10, there will be 10 slots available. Virtus Pro are really not pulling their boots up right now. If you want to find out more about all of the things qualifying, you can find out more over on our social media. So PUBG Mobile Europe official on YouTube, TikTok, as well as Instagram. You can find them all down below there, but you just missed them. Sorry. Apologies. Try again later.
Back. Yeah, they'll come back up, I'm sure, at some point during the show. And if they do, then make sure that you spot them out nice and quick. To do that, you unleash the beast. Looking with Monster Energy. There you go. They are the looking beast. www.monsterenergy.com/gaming, and make sure you check out everything over there. Blank's about as confused as that segue as I am, and I think that's rightly so.
It's the eye beast, the great eye. Not Sauron, something else monster related.
A different monster.
But yes, exactly. And we'll reveal that monster over at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. Over looking at our prize pool, this is what has come already. Over on our league stage, 82,000 there. Participation reward at 40k. There's been chicken dinner awards, which are still ongoing. 6 more to be taken today, as well as player bonus, show matches, and challenges throughout the league. But this is what's to come. It is the finals prize pool up ahead. 55k at the top, 35k for second, and third place will be taking home a juicy 22k.
You can see that guaranteed $5,000 as well for 16th place, meaning every team getting to the finals guaranteed a minimum of $7,000. That's if you exclude any chicken dinner bonuses, any challenge match bonuses, any solo player accolades as well. So certainly nice and healthy paycheck to be coming out of this one for everybody. But it looks like that might be that all Virtus Pro have been able to achieve so far. Wrangle to kick things off, then Miramar, then Sanhok, Wrangle, Miramar, Wrangle at the end.
Yep, so it will be not your typical rotation from the league stage. We're starting on Wrangle, we're finishing on Wrangle, we're keeping things nice and fair for this finals. Wrangle is a great place to end because you don't get messed up on the crazy shifts we see on Miramar or the unreal positions that you might have to play on Sanhok. But those will be still here during our day-to-day, just mixed in between the rest.
Yeah, absolutely. They will be sprinkled in like a couple of croutons on a lovely salad that... not sure about that one. Don't think that goes well with the chicken dinner. I think I'm going to rethink that one.
Caesar salad with the chicken.
There we
That's
go.
a nice chicken dinner with some croutons thrown over the top. And we do have 4 very good croutons at this game in effect. Nomi, Matic, and Kitsune, all with a lot of crunch in their matches. Up towards that top side in first place. 129 points currently, with a fair few league ranking points to boot. Here are their totals right now versus Zeus, who have been a real surpriser for us, John.
Yeah, in the finals, they have been so impactful. You can see they are almost toe-to-toe right now with Team Spirit on those elims. They are 3 behind right now, but they're ahead on knocks and fairly even on damage as well. I mean, it's really been impressive to see what this team has been able to achieve to step up towards. And the head-to-head between their 2 MVPs, Effect and Eren from Zeus Esports. Eren was able to do so much yesterday, getting a staggering 4,000 damage.
Yeah, it's Aaron Frager, like Fragger. he's going out.
No.
He's out of control right now. Average eliminations at 2 and 2.33 average knockouts. So Effect has been doing very well for Team Spirit, but Aaron has blown him out of the water a little bit. And that is because Team Spirit is currently in the lead with a lot more placement points, I would say, throughout their stint here in the finals. Whereas, honestly, for Zeus, it's been a lot of second places, third places, but with a lot of elims on side as well. You can see they're 59, just 3 behind Team Spirit, but only 36 placement points, which is where they're struggling with 0 chicken dinners.
Yeah, at the moment they have not been able to close out a match, but a lot of the time they are finding themselves getting stuck in. Twisted Minds just a little bit ahead, so are Enigma Galaxy, but they are still not quite standing up to that fragging power of Zeus. So we'll see what they've got for us today. All things considered, though, I feel like Zeus are a pretty solid lock-in for one of these 6 qualification spots on this table when you consider that Team Spirit pushed that one down to 7th, Brute Force as well, push it even further, and IWNRX. I don't think that Zeus dropped too far on this one. Let's take a look at our 2nd and 3rd place teams. Wait, hang on a minute. No, 77 and Twisted Minds. Were they... They were second. They were 1st and 2nd yesterday. They had a little bit of a fall off, I think, over the course of the day. But Twisted Minds managed to rally a little bit. 77, a little bit less so.
Yeah, for 77, it's not been bad. I mean, overall, they're a very consistent team. They've been doing well. Some of the circles haven't really favored them. For Twisted Minds, this is a whole new Twisted Minds coming into these finals. It's very, very different from what we saw on the league stage, and it's difficult to pinpoint exactly what has changed within the squad, other than them just being a lot more cohesive. Seeing the communication is a lot more there. So coming to the finals, been very pleased with what they've been able to have done. And right now, they are leading the charge in terms of chicken dinners with 3 total. And they did come into the league ranking at the finals with 20 league ranking points, so it's not as if they were slouches over in their league stage.
No, they managed to put up a respectable scoreline, and here they are sat in 2nd place. The bubble currently sits on 9th place, so just off this top page in terms of getting a qualification spot for PMGC. IWNRX currently fairly locked in to be able to take the Turkey regional spot from their sub-region PMGC points tables. RCB sat in 9th place right now, 4 points ahead of Fireflux, and at the moment claiming a spot. If all things were to be locked in right now, they would be going to PMGC and Fireflux would not. But that volatility, a 4-point gap, is going to be really nasty to hang over the heads of RCB today.
Yeah, for RCB, I think that what we saw from them over in the league stage was very good. Week 3 looked very nice. It came to finals and they were struggling on their first 2 days. They managed to really bring things back up to speed a little bit towards the end of yesterday. 84 points, it looks good. But like you say, they are right on the border at the moment. And there are so many teams around them fighting to get towards that spot that just one game could change anything here, John.
Yeah, there is that bit of a drop-off down towards Virtus Pro. And remember, Virtus Pro, kind of a non-entity in terms of the qualification spots because of the fact that they are going to be getting, most likely getting, I should say, the spot for 4th place on the overall PMGC EMEA points, which, of course, is pushed down to 4th place because of the fact that the other teams are qualifying from their sub-regions have already got the spots and they're ahead of them. Goodness me. Virtus Pro, let's compare their averages. This is weeks 1, 2, and 3 combined versus their finals averages. And you can see what a drop-off they've had so far. That survival time dropping by over a minute and a half, over 2 minutes there.
Yeah, I think for Virtus Pro, it has been a big struggle for them. We're not entirely sure what's going on with this team. And I think that, you know, what I'd at least assumed yesterday is that during their matches over in week 3, they had a lot of space to work with, and that's what seemed to work because they were one of the teams a lot of times towards the center of that circle, and they did great when it came to holding an aggressive split. They have taken that into the finals. However, it's not working out as well because there is so many more teams in those middle circles with only the best here. In the meantime, let's show you only the best of version 3.4 with the Blood Moon Awakening.
for your sacrifice.
Ooh, it's time for your sacrifice. But it's not going to be a sacrifice for our teams if they're able to get first place. No, it will be rewards. $2,500 awaits the team that sits atop the spookiest of Showmatch prize pools.
It is very, very spooky indeed. $2,500 down to $1,500 and $1,000 for third place. Who will come up on top in the game mode of Werewolf Warriors versus Vampiric Fiends? And the all-important boss, Mr. Dracula himself, been summoned by a lot of our teams here. 77 even killing him 4 times yesterday, vanquishing that beast. You can find out more about version 3.4 in-game. The Crimson Battle begins right now.
Make sure that you are heading on over, checking that out in game, downloading PUBG Mobile, and giving it a go. Just like our pro teams here, they're not going to be so friendly once they drop in. We know that these teams like to go for some early fighting here, Blank. A lot of elimination focus in this show match. With those respawn tokens that you get for dropping in these POIs, there is a lot more points to be earned for going for these hot drops. Not only that, but we also force our teams with the rule set that we've implemented here at the PMSL show matches to go for these hot drops. So it's profitable, and they're going to need to do it.
Hey, you don't want to tell them that. They're fighting because they enjoy fighting.
Well, that too.
We've not set a rule that the teams have to fight one another or anything like that. So it's not real. They just want to. They just want to fight over the castles, guys.
They're there because they like it.
Yeah, they really like this game.
They're fans of Gothic architecture. Oh, look at the masonry. Spectacular.
That's right, guys. Put the rule book out of your mind. It doesn't exist.
What do you mean? Oh, a triple hot drop here.
Wow, how could this happen? What a coincidence.
That's crazy.
You're
Crazy
crazy.
set of events. Oh, well. Kitsuna's pretty crazy.
He is.
With the Bezon. Able to take down Silas. He'll be dropping back in. Hopefully, fairly soon. Team Spirit with their mystery person. Nobody knows who it is on their team.
Mr. Traxxer.
It could be anyone.
I think it's probably one of the players, but just with a different name.
It could be anyone. Nobody knows.
Could be anyone. Could indeed be anyone.
Oh,
Here is 77, though, with a very demonic outfit in play. RCB feeling the pain from the Spirit.
Ooh. Looking kind of nasty right now. Again, 3 players in this werewolf settlement. We saw yesterday that teams started to get to grips more with the werewolf warriors. And it was a really powerful rotational tool. You move real quick once you get going as a wolf. Soak a lot of damage. Nice and safe rotations, but to do that, you've got to get through the wars first. And Koa looks for Virtus Pro to pick up another elimination point there, see what more they can do.
AC boss. Quite a boss in this game. Seems. Mr. Koa. Go around the side, you saw yourself one of those ancestral wolf statues.
Ooh.
Just on the outside of this great hall. You find all of them, you get yourself the ancestral treasure. Shouldn't forget a lot of juicy rewards out of yesterday. Teams are realizing just how strong the werewolf form was, as Al-Haji used it to 1vx the entirety of the lobby towards the end game.
He was able to do quite a lot. Ooh. Wolf's on the hunt. Who's going to find it? That's a super chill wolf right now.
Yeah, most of the wolves that I've encountered, not super chill.
Yeah, it's been a bad time.
I've boxed them off, though.
Do you mean, like, zoned them off? Or like a boxing match?
A boxing match.
Oh. You hit him with a boxing. Your
With the... What?
Your boxing form was too strong for their wolf attacks.
Yeah, they tried to hit me with the southpaw. I deflected.
Counter with cross to left cheek. Hit with a discombobulate. Ooh, Virtus Pro. They're jumping in to take on Dracula. Nice and early. I think it's just Koa right now. Let's see if he has figured out the mechanics. Oh no, he's going to be joined by at least one other player from Virtus Pro there.
ability to slice it back of head. Neutralized.
First phase should go fairly cleanly. Virtus Pro just layering down all the damage. But it's time for phase 2.
In phase 2, it does tend to trip a lot of our players up, forgetting that they have to pop the orbs around him, make him vulnerable.
I don't think Virtus Pro know. Is anyone going to tell them? I don't... Yeah, they're fully unaware. You're supposed to pop the blood orbs and increase Dracula's vulnerability, but Virtus Pro, they want to do it the hard way.
Oh, Koa's doing it.
Ah, there he goes.
He's on it. He's on it. Now, break the shield.
Wait, there's
It's
one
the
more orb.
wipe mechanic.
Yeah, you got to hide. I thought you had to hide from that one. Koa just sits there.
I did damage to him.
Yeah, that's true.
But not on mythic difficulty, you see.
Ah, okay. Yeah, that's fair. You have to go around a couple of times before you can take him on in super hardcore wipe mode.
Which mode?
Wipe mode.
Oh. Thought you said something else.
Oh, well, no.
I was like, what does that mean?
Yeah, I don't know.
That was a nice nade from Kane. Was the top side. I do love this outfit as well. This is the one I wanted in game, but it was luck that were playing against me.
Classic misfortune. Unfortunate. It befell you. Was not your friend. Still yet to settle. The werewolf settlement scrap. IWNRX and brute force. 14 teams remain, which means 2 of them have gone down. Frozen does get caught trying to vault over the vents, but we'll go and get taken away. What's interesting about this sort of environment, right, is that these players won't be as confidently knowledgeable about this location, right? So you can't move through here in the same way that you will see them move through settlements in Erangel, the standard version of it. Because they'll know every single angle, well, at least they should know every single angle between those buildings. They'll know where they're vulnerable from. They'll know where they're looking at as well to watch out for peaks if they have to go for something risky. But here, it's kind of anyone's game. You can get caught out. Maybe you just didn't know. Oh, I didn't realize you could get up on that tower. Oh, Furia. He was too dangerous.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a great boon for you guys at home, isn't it, really? Because the lovely people over the PUBG Mobile team have created a whole new settlement, whole new areas for you to explore with you and your friends at home or wherever you are, joining in together to experience the Blood Moon Awakening.
Ooh, hopefully on your Infinix GT20 Pro, but, you know, that's only if you've got the best gaming phone on the market. You know, can't be that for everyone, I suppose. Wouldn't be fair.
You could win one.
Oh,
You could win one during this event.
How could I win one?
We currently have milestones. If we hit 190,000 viewers concurrent, you will unlock all 5 milestones, but there is 5 milestones to grab. So even if we don't get absolutely everybody here, there will still be prizes up for grabs. And in-game today, we will be popping up a little Infinix GT20 Pro over towards the left side of your screen. We'll point out the first time, but that's it. And if you're here all 3 days, you better know that you've counted up all the way from day 1 to day 2. You could scrub back in the VODs if you like, but you don't have much time. You got to be quick about this. Because at the end of the day, once it's all done and said, you got to go comment over at pubgm EU over Instagram. Grab yourself one of those Infinix GT20 Pros, or at least a chance to.
No, put Narvalo down. He's struggling. He's out there. Needed to tap real fast on that button to get released as fast as he can. Team Spirit also taking on... Okay, this is a different fight. Team Spirit definitely know this mechanic. They know what's going on. Kitsune almost gets slashed down. Other teammates have pulled aggro. And now you can see how fast that health bar drops as soon as you get rid of that shield.
Not anymore, you ain't.
Hey, you can't be saying that. Dracula will be back. He's eternal. Even if he loses every time.
Well, at least have to give up his crown over towards Team Spirit this time around.
Oh no.
Or maybe split off a piece to give to Enigma Galaxy.
The good thing about Shotgun is that it's not unlikely that they'll accidentally burst the orbs. But
yeah,
they're just doing it the hard way. Oh. There he goes. He's still the Eternal King.
And some more loot for the teams. Schluden and Buden. Like that Redox and Snoix have the same outfit on.
Lovely
These
bit of
guys are in
unity.
sync.
Team Spirit. Not Team Spirit. This is Enigma Galaxy.
What?
We get it, Dracula. You're the Eternal
We
King.
get it.
Oh my
We
goodness.
understand. Stop saying it, bro.
Don't you hate it when you're at a Blood Moon Awakening and someone just keeps telling you they're the Eternal King?
It's kind of getting old now.
Yeah,
So,
dude, come on.
Honestly, Dracula, you need to chill out.
That joke, not eternal.
And back through the rift we go.
Ooh.
To get into a plane and get back into the game.
Smashing those crystal shards allows you in. Those crimson shards allows you in. And they will seal the rift behind them when they leave. Virtus Pro looks like they were the team to win out over on the Quarry Castle. They will leave as the roses lay at their feet. Nobody else willing to go for this. A lot of the time, we saw teams rocking up to this castle really just repeatedly, right? We had about 8 teams in here over the past 2 show matches, but this time a little bit more chill. Virtus Pro with 10 eliminations. You could see how heavily focused on eliminations the top of the boards are very likely to be as it stands.
IWNRX finding S2G in his Kelsey. Takes some shots of his own, but Furia have none of it. And Niaz will finish off Kelsey. And they'll hop back on their horse. And hoof it out of there.
Happy with that one. Riding off into the sunset. Avalo on the high ground as a flank to Scarface. He's been spotted. Challenge over towards Enigma Galaxy, but Retox just about gets away with it. That P90 going to work on out. Enigma Galaxy, I think they took down Dracula already. So they've been able to get a nice chunky cheeky bit of loot.
Took down Dracula. Got him out there. I see a vehicle on the side. Where's the horse? And it's Snoix becoming the werewolf warrior. Just as fast as any vehicle in the game.
Not only is it fast, it's also a lot quieter. When you see those vehicles rotating on the map, right, you hear from quite a distance away, but you can hear the soft paws of Snoix. Just about dusting the catwalk here. Wait, he's not a cat.
Having a lot of fun.
He's a canine. He's not a cat. Can't use the catwalk.
Catch is never catching him. He's too fast.
He's uncatchable.
He is uncatchable. He's too speedy.
Oh.
Balconies. My biggest weakness.
Small bars of iron. No.
Railings. The worst.
Oh, they're waist high. I cannot defeat it.
Team Spirit. The aquatic dolphins.
Not Kitsune. He's flying.
Oh, I think there is actually a werewolf here too. One of them is a werewolf.
Do werewolves swim faster?
And it didn't look like it.
I feel like no.
It did not look like it, no.
Oh, this is interesting. I feel like this is the first time we're seeing the fiend form used not inside of the Crimson Castle. And both times that we've seen it there, it's been for useful purposes. Being able to get a shot on the side of the bridge is going to be really unfamiliar to a lot of teams, but it looks like Redox prefers the barrel to the bloodborne wings.
Up he goes.
Oh, yeah.
You better catch him.
Oh. Whoa! Goes all the way up. You can get to positions that you just don't normally contend with as well.
That's some fun. Catch is not spotted. A vampire is on the hunt, but in the daylight, no less. How is this possible?
Ooh, wait. Was that a parachute? What just happened there?
I believe so.
Oh, okay.
They're right next to each other now. You know, you could check the other side. That's also an idea.
There he is. They found him. They've got a lock on to catch. Remember, Snowix is on the other side of the bridge already. And over goes Redox. Hunting from the skies. Catch. Can be pinged out. Drops down with a P90, though.
Let's take some shots.
Force attack. Goes down. That is cheeky little angle there. Redox stepping in, trying to force the peak down towards the backlights. Novella gets flushed there. And Catch does go down, but nice pickup.
Yeah, it's kind of uncool that they go down. Snarks is parachuting back in. Had himself another revive. 36 players remain now. 11 teams. Solus on the rotate. Flying through the air, through the trees. Like an evil beast of the night.
In a nice pink skirt.
I've got this skin, actually.
Oh.
I own that one.
Get you. Heroic. Not too sure how many of them are left, but it doesn't like too many in this building, although Kevin's still putting up a fight. 2 players alive for them. Sparks still not quite connecting, hopping back and forth around these windows, and finally gets the shot. We'll be able to get that flush as well. Heroic were fighting on 2 fronts. They've only got 2 eliminations this game. Not going very well for them. Robs trying to get that heal on through. It is cancelled, and he steps out wide. Robs too clean with it. Jafar has no chance.
Will drop himself the medkit. Five looks upstairs. Scarface burning out. And Freezer hunting him down, but he's so low HP. This could be the end of him. It will be. Catches him around the door for him.
Taking one of the names away. 7 eliminations for Brute Force. We've got 10 teams remaining now. I mean, that's the advantage. We talked about the advantage of the werewolf form, but the horse also a lot quieter when it comes to going for these rotations. So, more stealthy approach can be taken.
Smoke's down. For what reason? We'll never know. One player is down inside the building. It is Falcons. Ali given some cover. Doran realizes he's there finally with the MG3. Will put him out of his misery.
I think the smokes, you're worried about players in the buildings across the road here for Twisted Minds, right? They have yet to clear them.
No one there.
I'm going to figure that out sooner or later. Team Spirit. All 4 of their players alive. They've got 9 elims. Able to find another one on the hillside now. 10 teams remain still blank, but hopefully that'll drop fairly soon.
Falcons on your screen. They're back in. Yeah, give him the knife to the back.
Yeah, get him.
Very good stuff. Takes him out. And now, for the Falcons, where do they go next? I couldn't tell you. I don't know. Unfortunately. I don't have the insider knowledge.
Yeah.
What I can tell you is that the blue is encroaching. It might be time for you to move.
Ooh.
Is this an emergency pickup we're getting to see here?
Ooh, Twisted Minds. Gonna hop in. See where they end up going.
I do love the emergency pickup. I think this should be a competitive thing too. They should add the emergency pickup in.
You think?
Yeah, it's a fun tool to rotate with.
That's true. Although, I mean, it is very powerful.
Yeah, it's strong, but I think it kind of helps. You know, if you're a team, you're really struggling, you're right down towards the other side of the blue. It gives you a good chance to get back into the game, and I think it promotes more competition.
That's interesting.
It's a fun
I
thing.
mean, it's fairly obvious when you see a plane going overhead with players dangling from it, right? And then you just see these parachutes coming down.
Yeah, you can shoot them out of the air as well.
Yeah, so it is a very, very risky maneuver.
But stage 2, you pop it just as stage 3 hits, you get yourself a nice position inside the circle that maybe isn't already taken. Take a gamble, go for a crash. Fun plays to be had and directly counterable. I mean, you do have to find one first as well.
That's true. Yeah, it might be interesting. I think it would greatly change the dynamic of PUBG Mobile, though. It would be an interesting addition and something that I think would be at least exciting for us to watch. Even if the players might find it a bit jarring to try and adjust to, because it would be, yeah, a completely different way to rotate. And the issue you also face with going for an emergency pickup is you land, you don't have vehicles anymore.
But you've used your vehicle already.
That's true. You're sort of like, you're fully committing to wherever you land as like your last spot.
Yeah,
You
which
won't
is
have
typically why
vehicles
you do. Which is why you typically do it on stage 3. But if you're so far out of the circle anyway, it gives you a chance at the center circle. You don't have to play edge, and that might be preferable. Good spray down, actually. Matic's forced off the angle.
Yeah, they're able to connect a lot over the top line, but there is just such an excellent response from Team Spirit. Both of their forwards players cut out on the flank.
It's Mac Traxxer.
Ooh, oh dear. Has a big old gun pointing over towards Na'Vi. Lemon.
Yeah.
Better keep his head down.
The Lynx in play. Damn thing could take you out with a body shot. Gotta be careful. Or Mr. Mac Tracker on the case, aka Mr. Know Me, be worried about. Oh, and he does find it. A dirty headshot onto Lemon. No, I'm sad we missed that.
No, we were looking at Effect getting up the wall with a wolf form. We were busy. That's
We're
pro.
very busy.
Moving in. 11. Oh, dear. No worry, Malloy. Just turn around and get back up. You can do it. Losing a little bit of time against Nigma Galaxy, though. There was a player down getting rezzed.
We heard a lot of crinkling there. It's me just having a drink.
Oh, okay. No, we're good.
Don't worry about it.
That's all good. Matic fending off his hilltop still from Falcons this time. As Ragnar steps forwards, but immediately rebuffed. The UMP going to work out for them. Oh, they lost
14 eliminations. Wow.
Hovercraft. Zeus are rolling up across the water onto the land, and they can keep going. It's the benefit of the hovercraft. It's transferable.
They dropped a horse out of the back. I don't think they did, but
where were they keeping
like
that?
it.
You can't be doing that.
They stuffed the horse into the hovercraft.
Yeah.
One way of doing it. 7 teams left now. And 16 players remaining. Roughly 2 per team.
As an estimate. Matic on his way. Going speedy as ever. That thing stops on a dime as well, which is interesting. You can stop that rotation really, really quickly. Whereas on a vehicle, you've got to at least slow down a little bit.
Yeah, that slight animation lock, though.
That's true. But if you're behind cover already,
You're fine.
you're fine.
Only 6 teams as Fury gets taken out. Oh,
No, he's all
falling
right.
through the ground.
He's going okay.
Effect still trying to find a way up.
Didn't he climb up as werewolf form before? Was he fallen down again?
Yeah, yes.
That was silly.
He's finding a way. Somewhere's got to be climbable, surely.
Absolutely. You'd hope so. Zeus on the cliffs, getting spotted from multiple angles there. Matic picks up another point. 15 eliminations now for Team Spirit.
Low on the ammo count. Very sad. Very, very sad. This is a rough area to be playing as well. Super duper open.
What's interesting here is that Twisted Minds, they used that emergency pickup, right? They got into this position super early on. It's working out pretty nicely for them with 6 teams remaining. Darkin repositioning in fiend form. Dressed all in white, but not looking angelic right now. The leathery wings of the bat protruding from his back, allowing not as fast rotations as the werewolf form, but of course you do have that aerial capability should you want to go for it.
Zeus up on high, taking some shots outwards. 6 teams. That's all we've got. 14 players left.
Ralph spotted by Dorian. It's a bad time. Bad time out in the open on that one. I wonder what sort of a gap you could clear in werewolf form, right? Because you can jump as a werewolf, which is something that you can't do in a car, for instance, or a motorbike. So you can approach just a gap and launch yourself over it. I wonder what the clearance is for that.
I don't know.
That's what I want to know. I want to see someone go for a wild jump over one of these cliffs.
A little wild jump.
Just a little
Small
wild
one.
jump. Yeah.
Twisted Minds. Not a bad position for them. 26 minutes though. Must have been a long one, this.
This water kept in. Proving to be quite a barrier on the east side. An AWM in the hands of Lord, I think that was. Dropping some smokes, repositioning. Twisted Minds, concerned about that east. That level 3 armor and helmet looking very ragged. They're on the Team Spirit side.
I can't believe it's still going. But this will define who's going to be getting that $2,500 at the end of it.
Oh, yeah. Certainly will. Fireflies.
Who's going to make it?
And Zeus. Across the way. Ooh, there's the second shot. Lord, immediately take it down. Matic with the quick transfer. Doesn't quite connect for the second knock, but that is going to be a great start to it. Lord has that AWM. I think Matic's going to figure that out. Takes a leg shot there. And Effect can start to move in. It goes straight on top of Twisted Minds. That emergency pickup has put them in a good spot, but now they're under pressure from the nades. As Team Spirit move in, capitalizing off the knock that they found.
So many nades coming over the top. Good ones from Effect as well, and just forced Twisted Minds into an awkward spot for themselves. Icy Boss. Back at it again. But it will be forced in by the blue, and it's Catch. Catch the uncatchable. And he certainly was. This man's got a bounty out for him. And the bounty hunters are looking to hunt.
Wanted dead or alive. In this case, preferably dead for our opposing teams. Team Spirit continue their bombardment. They've cut off or forced rather the sight lines for Twisted Minds to be very cut off with all of these smokes getting thrown out to keep them covered. They've reduced the power of that orb in the hands of Lord. Fireflux across the way. They're going to have to move. There is a player downhill as well. Can't count out Enigma Galaxy with their low ground ranger. Where's he going? Oh.
Get that high ground. Get it done. Can't get it done. He's trying.
Nah, he's given up. It's interesting, though. That's the sort of thing I was talking about. Because, I mean, regularly, you just wouldn't expect anyone to be able to get up there, right? In a regular match, but with the powers afforded to them, with the power of the werewolf, maybe. Maybe. Effect goes forwards. P90. His teammate downhill. Goes for a strafe spray. The blue zone falls a little bit shorter than this. Lord pushing in. Will face first. I think the nades are going to be dry on both sides here. Effect with another challenge over towards Doran, who has to back off. Down they go. Twisted Minds.
No.
Force Team Spirit downhill. And this may just be the end of it.
Yeah, Team Spirit. Get those claws in. No effect.
No effect. Matic's in the way.
They're scrabbling. Can they climb on one another? Maybe. I'll climb on your back if you climb on mine.
Oh, maybe. Maybe. No. Oh, no. Matic going around and outside the headland
smart,
there.
smart. Yeah, very smart. I like that.
I mean, you get to that beach and maybe you have a chance here.
That's good.
Is he going to win this?
Maybe. Might pull an Al-Haji.
Certainly would. Pretty crazy. He's not going to win this. He's dead. Now, it's Twisted Minds. The emergency drop doing brilliant stuff for them. They get into the cliffside. They don't even have to leave. Team Spirit waiting for some healing.
Ooh, climb. Oh, climb. Oh, climb.
Oh, up. Uppies.
Uppies.
Uppies. Oh, oh, effect. Having a real rough time with this
Swim. Oh, run. Swim, run. Run, swim.
Run, jump, climb. Climb, run.
If only they... Oh, now they're spotted.
Uh-oh.
Oh, good shot from Matic, though.
Ah, he's baiting out the shots here. Doran. With the MG3, 2 players up the hill. They do have to get up this cliff or die. That nade down.
Climb.
Looks pretty good, but the drop down from Lord. Okay, that was the knocked player. They're just going to ping those out. Matic still trying to respond, but the spray from Doran finally connects. 2 players from Twisted Minds. Coops takes a tumble down the hill. This is pretty dangerous here, but they still have 1 player further up on the high ground. Effect waiting for that healing to tick on up. Doran, from that vantage point, has this next circle. As Coops jumps out, he's looking to scan these cliff tops. Will spot effect and spray him down. Self AED is what's keeping him up here. The ability to res himself.
Bonk.
They're not going to let him get back up, are they?
Bonk him.
No way.
No.
They kidnapped him. Oh, no.
Take him into the blue. Take him into the blue.
You can't be doing that. That's mean. Did he just throw the pad at him? Oh, he did.
Whilst he's on his back. Do it again.
Yeah, there we go. Hit him with the suplex there. Twisted Minds closing it down like WWE for the Crimson Ascension.
And they'll win themselves the match. Well done. Woo! Blood Moon Awakening. Blue. Ow, blue. Woo.
That's right. I don't know what you just said in Wolf, but I'm sure it was very complimentary to Twisted Minds.
It was, yeah. Love it. Love everything I watched just there. That was the best. I am a big fan of version 3.4, as we all are, for good fun. And it will be Fireflux taking 50 points at the top. First place, $2,500 going through to them with a whopping 37 elims.
That's pretty huge. A lot of elims found. They didn't feature really in too many late games. That last one we saw, they were in that final circle. But getting 50 points over 3 matches, lovely stuff. Able to do what was necessary. Bottom of the tables, Trovo 2030. Seems like PMGC main stage is getting repeated here in our show matches. Kind of a bummer for them.
Yeah, very much so. Kind of unfortunate. However, for Trovo 2030, they'll be taking not much home from the Blood Moon Awakening Challenge Tournament. Let's go to a quick break. I'm back soon. Our first game of the day, of the last day of finals.
it is time to get launched into the PMSL EMEA finals for our final day of finals as well. Everything is the last, but we've still got plenty more matches to play. We've still got time for our teams to turn things around. From the bottom of the tables, I don't think they're achievable to get towards the top, but you never know. Stranger things have happened. We'll have to wait and see if Team Spirit can defend the top spot. If Brute Force can defend their champion title.
Yeah, you know what I like? You never know. You never know with these types of games. You never know with these types of finals. It's all so close up towards the top. Points all over the place, looking to mismatch all on this side of things. And I'm ready for some teams to take that top spot away from the others. Right now, a Wrangle, top 5 teams. Let's look at them right now. Right now it is Zeus Esports and Team Spirit. And we are in the moment because it is right now.
It's time.
Right now, John.
The moment is upon us.
Now.
Oh my goodness. Right now, we're getting into our first Erangala. Right now, we are going to be witnessing the end of the full season. And if you've been witnessing the entirety of the streams so far, then you may have been spotting Infinix GT20 Pros as we go, because we have a special activity for you in the PMSL EMEA Grand Finals. Keep an eye out during the matches and count how many times the Infinix GT20 Pro appears. Then head on to Esports PubgM EU to drop your guess of how many times we've seen it in the comments. The first person to get it right wins their very own Infinix GT20 Pro. Not that one. That's a secretly not correct one. There's different versions that we are going to be throwing up. It will appear on the left-hand side of your screen, so make sure you stay sharp, keep watching, and you might walk away with the ultimate gaming phone. The total is across all 3 days, which means that it's not just today's matches, it is the days...
Whoa.
The games from day 1 and day 2. There we go. I was trying to find days and games, and it was all getting muddled in my head. I had to take a breath.
Day 1, day 2, Infinix GT20 Pros are available over there as well. So, like I said, if you've got 3 screens, start screwing back. If you've got 2 screens and a phone, start screwing back. If you've got 1 screen, 2 phones, do that as well. That works out. Do whatever you need to do to get your hands on the juicy Infinix 20 Pro. And get that bad boy in your hands. Grade limbs over towards Hope right now. 6 of them. 6 whoppers. And it is a whopper of a plane path as well, over towards that western side, down towards Sosnovka military base. What is this? This is mixing things up. Somewhat mighty.
Yeah, the plane path going to take us to the west coast here. As a hot drop happens. Falcons and S2G. Okay. Falcons trying to head up to Severny, but S2G... They've dropped on the compound. Hamzy wins that first opener. I think Marso's got this nade. Should be sealed and done for, but sends it downstairs towards Hope. Gives his teammates a little bit more of an opening to move into the ground floor. The med's going to be super low, so any tag damage is great. Ragnar with only a pistol, and the Falcons not having a great time here, because Hamzy is pushing them up against the wall, giving them a good old cyberbullying here in the compound.
What the... Pushing against the wall, are they? Clipping their wings, are they? Falcons out, are they? That's crazy. Sutiga, the Gundam Mechamaru himself, taking down the Falcons. Crazy stuff. Into a vehicle on their way towards box compound right now, but we'll look for some more vehicles. Get those wheels a spinning, get into the game before eliminations. Is it enough? I don't really think so. Currently in 15th place, not doing great.
Down towards 15th. I mean, maybe they'll be able to jump up towards 14th, right? If they're taking down the Falcons as well. And that's a little bit of a pay jump, at least. That's what they're going to be looking for, maybe. Team Spirit lost a player. Nick McGalaxy. They're able to find one of them. And that will be Effect. Effect has gone down for Team Spirit.
Yeah, give him a mega hoofing. Unfortunate. Circle over towards the north side jump. Towards Severny. And for S2G, what a play for them. They understand they took down the Falcons somehow. Not entirely sure. Checking the elim feed, I guess. Checking the team name. The team number. And they'll take Severny for themselves. Knowing the Falcons haven't arrived in this area either means it's free loot, free reign, and a great position to play from. Is this time for Sutiga to rise to the top? We'll find out in 20 minutes.
Oh. I think it's a little bit longer than 20 minutes. I'm not sure exactly. I'm not sure exactly what time we are into this game. I mean, we've got 30 seconds left on stage 1, but I don't know.
Look, I reckon if they're still in the game in 20 minutes, they're doing well.
That's true.
Could be big.
Could be.
I would say 25 minutes 44 seconds.
See,
We
the
were
trick-
looking at the end of the game.
The trick
In
with
fact, let's put a timer on. Timer. 24. Let's minus some time that I had from that one. So that was like 28 seconds.
okay, 28 seconds. So you're ready to okay. So you got 28 seconds.
Timer starts.
Okay. You're sorted. You're locked in now. See, the trick with PUBG Mobile is to live longer than everyone else, and then you win.
Yeah. Yeah, that is correct.
It's the way to go.
That is how you win these matches. Survival, eliminations, tussling in the battleground. Have a look at some of these teams around the map right now. Na'Vi in military base with brute force over towards Nova Epnoia, taking things back to a little bit of the basics right now for brute force, who are in 6th place. Typically, finals is where they pull off the sheep clothing and emerge as the werewolf warriors. But will it be some of these other teams taking the top side?
It could be. I mean, currently, as we talked about those PMGC spot qualifications, 84 points with RCB is where the last qualification spot is currently in 9th place. If Virtus Pro get ahead of RCB, that pushes that bubble down towards 10th place. So it could be hovering around there. Jumping up for a team like Falcons, like S2G, is pretty realistic if they get one of these strong games that we were talking about, right? To get a chance to move forward. So going down early for Falcons, gonna really slow their ascent. They've got to hope that RCB, that Fireflux have bad games here too.
Yeah, because the profit margins, they're slim. They're very, very slim right now. Better make sure you get above those teams to get yourself into a position where you can actually ladder up. Virtus Pro, though, yeah, they are making everyone very unhappy. Where's the Virtus Pro of week 3? We need more points to give another team another chance in 10th place. It's Power who I am most concerned about right now. Wanted this team to do well. At the moment, it's not looking good for their PMGC prospects, John.
No, it's unfortunate. They have had some really, really strong showings in the past, but it's just a lack of consistency in displaying that we've seen from them, and they haven't been able to keep up pace with teams that, whilst maybe don't show as much potential as Power, are just more by the book, more consistent across all of their matches, rather than having some stand-up performances. So it's unfortunate, especially when you consider Power and their performance overall in Erangel, right? They were always just surviving so deep into these matches, but just not really capitalizing and converting in terms of points.
Yeah, Power is a powerhouse on Wrangle. It's odd to see them down towards this bottom side, John. But stranger things have happened in the past. And like we said, there is potential for many teams here to make it into the PMGC on short notice as well. All right, the deadline is looming, but we have had teams practicing, cramming all night long to understand these rotations, to understand what they need to do. But our first game of the day throws a little bit of a curveball with that plane path all the way towards that western side. Definitely making it difficult for Falcons, who went down very early versus S2G.
It's an interesting dynamic change as well, right? Because if the plane path was kinder, if there wasn't that hot drop, you'd have Falcons on the north side. You've had S2G, I think, over towards Yasnaya, moving past Stalba right now and pushing in from the east side. The fact that the Falcons have gone down doesn't only open up Severny, which S2G have taken, it opens up the east side where they would have been for a rotate. So a team like Brute Force, who are coming in late, just passing Shelter now over on the southeast side of the circle, have more opportunity to move. Team Spirit as well on the compound just to the west of the Yasnaya bridge crossing, currently with more freedom to their north side. So a little dynamic shift there, but could have a big impact.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of an expose over towards Yasnaya. Stage 2 on the horizon. As we shrink this circle down, it heads towards the north side. S2G pretty happy about this one. Team Spirit at 3 players, though, make the mad dash up towards the north. Will this work out? It's a real question. There's only 3 players. It's a bit more difficult to make happen, but I think they want to limit the amount of rotations they have to make in the future as a 3-man squad. So they make it in as 3 players. Not looking too horrible.
Yeah, they're playing just south of Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds at the moment in the buildings and the compounds just off the south side of Severny. Could be a very defensible position for them. Power going to have to contend with IWNRX on the roll-up now as Kine tries to make something work around the brickwork, but gets busted back. Mortar inspection's not due for another month. Come back later. Power not wanting them to step in. There was a third-party engagement as well coming through from Nick McGalaxy. You can see that on the east side of the minimap in the top right. Ralph poking his nose in.
Power. He's going out. Remember, this is an important fight for Power. They want to take down IWNRX, who are currently in 8th place. A good opportunity for them. But Al Haji already down, and they have to stand their ground. There will be a couple of nice shots coming through, but Easy and Al Haji down. It's getting more of a struggle. Where will this nade go from Fadan? He sends it wide, just gets it out of the way.
Oh dear, another knock found as there's nades coming on through. There's the final spray down, and Saad able to get the 3rd elimination here. Zed Wolf is in the other building, which means that these flushes are clean. Power can get these reses. The cross from Zed Wolf at this point is going to be tricky, but he's going to try and make it work now. Is into the building on the ground floor, looking for some healing. The res is still yet to come through for Power. If they can get it done, they have a massive advantage against Zed Wolf, but he's not going to waste any time. He's moving up. He's looking for it. He knows they're there. Steps in. The res comes through. They're allowed to go for a little bit more, but Zed Wolf will pull the points back into the pockets of IWNRX.
Ooh, a gamble indeed, and we'll finish off the final one. Zed Wolf completely blind, but it does not matter at all for him. The heat-seeking animal that he is. Find his prey over towards the top side of that building, and that will be, unfortunately, Power down. Start of the day here, only 3 points, and just moments ago we were talking about them making their final run. Perhaps.
It's all on what RCB and Fireflux do with this opportunity, right? Because that's the target, the bubble that is there. And in 5 matches, it's definitely closable with a couple of good games that we've seen from teams like Falcons, from Heroic, well, from everybody behind them on these tables. They have had a couple of good games over the course of their run. It's definitely within their wheelhouse. So if Fireflux and RCB can extend into the distance on those point tallies, they're going to have a good time. Fireflux get a shift, sure, but they're only on 2 players, and a lot of teams are going to be moving in around the shooting range.
RV in the blue. They've got to move. Zeus in front of them, more than a doubt, but a nice shot from Lemon. Long range headshot too. Damn, Zeus could be unhappy with that.
Na'Vi trying to get across. Denied on the first. There is a knock sent over towards Eren. MVP from yesterday. Wanted to get him back up. Lemon with a challenge on the ridgeline on the distance as well. Is it going to be enough? Finds the knock from the flip off angle as well. A little bit of help there from his teammate. Rita, though, in a lot of danger. It's stage 3, so it's resable until this zone closes blank, at which point resing out in the zone, not possible.
Yeah, it's very awkward. I think likely Virtus Pro as well as Nick Galaxy, Na'Vi, Zeus, these fights will be unresolved on the outer edges. Is that replay coming through from Zed Wolf? Crazy guy. Is Mr. Zed Wolf. Wasted no time to let these players get them back up. Realized he had to make a gamble here. Flashbang came through, but a little too late.
Not going to be able to withstand it, unfortunately. A little bit lackluster on the positioning for that res. I feel like for Power, you know he's going to be peeking up. You know that's just a broad angle on the door frame. They didn't expect Zed Wolf to go as fast as he did. They underestimated him in that engagement, and that was their main folly. Unfortunate for Power. So, opportunity to a lot of our other teams. RCB and Fireflux both around that shooting range now. Playing quite central on this. Zeus on the southwest side with Trovo 2030 in their way. Zeus on 3 players, unfortunately losing one of them. Earlier on, we saw that scrap across the bridge with Na'Vi. Rita went down on the hillside. But they do still have 3 players, and they're fairly isolated from the rest of this lobby. Trovo 2030 have a commanding position right now on their compounds towards the top of those shooting range hills. They've got a lot of control, and Zeus may be able to pinch a point from Yusuf if he gets a little bit too bold with it.
Na'Vi make their way out. I thought that fight would be very tough for Zeus and Na'Vi to get away from. Drawn together like magnets, but here they're able to prize themselves apart. And for Zeus, they will carry on. But only with 3. The Soga heads back down towards that south side. Around shooting range, John. Nasty place to play. Has some places to make their way towards. What a nade!
Oh dear.
Not the nade you were looking for. Onto your teammate.
And now, Nigma Galaxy, they figured it out. They go straight in. SnowX is there. He's poking his nose in, and the rest of them roll on in as well. Koa, can he get rest in time? No, Bishke has to step up for the fight with the rest of the team. As Ralph is going to be the casualty here, but the nade into the smoke sees a lot of damage over their way. Ralph trying to survive now. The DBS is there. SnowX spotted. That's a third party from the north side, the north angle. Gonna chime on in, but Virtus Pro cut at least in half here. Nigma Galaxy still game for the fight. A step out from Malloy. Nearly connects, but will be able to turn it around with the Scar in the end. Virtus Pro, 2 players remain. Nigma Galaxy with a third party from Team Spirit on the north. Got taken down on that push. It looked like they had it all in hand.
Yeah, it did. It really did. Virtus Pro, I mean, to be fair to them, they better have held that one down. You know, there was a lot of mischief to be remedied over in that location. And although it goes badly, it could have gone a lot worse. So it's like, look, I'm sorry I dated you out. We won the fight. Okay? We won the fight. It's fine.
Yeah, still 2 players though. Only 3 points if they can't get into this next circle, because the next rotation is going to be pretty pressing now.
Presents? It's not Christmas yet, John.
Oh, but it could be.
If you turn the clocks forward, sure.
Oh.
If you've got some kind of time controlling abilities I don't know about, now is the time to tell me.
The secret to it being Christmas right now is delusion.
There is a lot of Delulu going around, actually. I've seen Christmas lights up in my neighborhood.
You have?
Unacceptable behavior. Yeah.
That's not very Christmassy.
Lemon throwing some baubles over towards Heroic. Baubles that explode in glittery mayhem.
Launching one over for Kevin. Lemon's still under a lot of pressure. Na'Vi, 2 players alive. Far from decorative, a real difficult push past this angle for Heroic if they leave this one go, but there is that third party on the south from Zeus, potential to come into play. Trovo 2030, I don't think they're going to want to leave their compound right now. But Heroic disengage. They think, you know what? We don't have the angles to fight this. We don't have the full information on it. We could just contain this fight. Contain this situation instead.
Oh, Kevin. Medkit. And for Heroic, it's as if nothing ever happened. S2G inside their bunker. Nade goes out, does damage Doran, forced to head back in, but Kelsey low at the top of the stairs. Tumbling. Front flipping down the stairs, but there's no way he's getting out. Hella nades going in.
You can't push down if you're Twisted Minds. You know that crossfire is established. All you need to do is keep them inside, right? You need to trap them in this position. The blue zone will do the work for you. The difficulty is Twisted Minds are going to have to leave as well. Oh dear. Heroic try and re-engage this fight. Zeus are going to chime in from the high ground. They're immediately pushing on up and into this one. Flip, the only player remaining here, as Volt is going to drop down to try and take the fight with him. It's not going to work out, though, because Eren has the nade over towards Jafar, and the shots from Flip find their mark. Heroic are eliminated. Zeus, do they stay here? Prepod flexing out for brute force, by the way. The remaining players of theirs are in shooting range, so Prepod on a very wide split for brute force.
They've done this a lot, though. They've done this a lot. Twisted Minds finish off SDG. And Keeps moves over towards Team Spirit. They've got another target on their hands. Twisted Minds currently trying to chunk them down. This is the second place versus the first. Good spray down from Kitsune. Needs more to back of it. Gets the second knock. This is huge for Team Spirit.
Matic had the off angle. It was huge, and it is just Coops for Twisted Minds to remain. They try and send in through, but they get skewered on Matic. It's Kitsune now left alone. Coops does do the damage that the rest of the team couldn't. But that is disastrous for Twisted Minds.
Team Spirit, the fact they're able to bring that back is huge. And for Twisted Minds, it's actually kind of a big thing. Keeping them locked below them, and Coops is looking to finish them off.
The pan blocked that one. Gets a freebie, but Malloy's still there, and plenty more where that came from. Twisted Minds eliminated. 77. Now with Icy to deal with, and Malloy off in the distance. He's getting quite bold here, but he's just trying to confirm this knock onto Shifu.
You may as well. I mean, Virtus Pro realized that they need all the points they can get. I think he managed to get that nade through 2 windows, which is impressive, to say the least.
Bouncing off the back seat. Hitting with the double bouncer over to Loxy. That'll do the job. RCB losing another. 8 teams remain. RCB 0 points. Fireflux already down, by the way, so this is good news for the teams towards the bottom of the tables. If Virtus Pro can do some work, we're pushing that bubble down one more. RCB eliminated. And it is Trovo 2030 and Virtus Pro, the only teams at the bottom of the table looking to try and push their way up.
Yeah, Virtus Pro here to help all those teams below them. Give them a better chance for Team Spirit. Great game from them. Real drastic maneuver over towards Twisted Minds to keep themselves alive, but also to continue to claim over towards that first place position. Not quite in the top 5 yet, so those placement points will not be chunking up, and a fair few teams to battle through for themselves too. But big reset on a lot of the utility, a lot of the ammo coming through from that triple spray down from Kitsune, who has been chef's kiss recently.
It's been nice to see him step back up. Sometimes it can feel like he's a weak link in terms of the full mechanical potential of the team, but not today, not over the last few. Shifu down again, Prepod traded out for it. It's Magnum able to clock that one. Go on, Furia. Post this through the window. I think he did manage to tag a little bit of damage there, but didn't get too much more. Limbo Boom answering. Team Spirit, they've got this divot covered off. That's Kitsune picking up the point against Shifu.
Oh, that's huge. That is massive. They can keep pressuring both these teams towards one another. Another team going down is wonderful news for Team Spirit. Further laddering upwards. It's a nice nade. Onto the windowsill, into the building. Now it's Magnum remaining. A nade from Team Spirit will be the one to finish it off. It is close, but not close enough.
Just a bit short there. Magnum last to stand for 77. Brute Force know they can't peek this ridgeline. They heard the shots from Team Spirit earlier, spinning out in the buggy. Maniac hops to the backseat, tries to get the advantage, but Zeus are having a tough time of it. There comes the roll down, and 77 will be eliminated. 8 eliminations right now for Brute Force, Blank. They are looking to keep this truck rolling. Their splits, their wide presence on the north, going well.
They're flying up the tables. Up to 5th place now. They actually overtook 77. Just crazy. Crazy business.
Whoa.
Nice nade from Na'Vi. We're not done with Zeus just yet. They keep coming back to pressure. Only Flip remaining, but another elimination point added to their tally to keep them safer towards the top 10.
Brute Force descending on Team Spirit's position on the northeast side. Virtus Pro may have angles on this too. Matic and Kitsune looking to establish crossfire against this 4-player roll-up, but it's just not going to work out for them. Oh, there's only 3 of them remaining. They did lose one earlier. But Team Spirit They've done a little bit this match. They'll be okay. None of the teams chasing them directly are in this one. But Brute Force, 11 eliminations now. They are starting to turn up the heat here. And this kitchen, it is getting toasty.
Yeah, typical Brute Force fashion. Get a big game with a chicken dinner, huge elimination points, and then they soar towards the top side of the tables. Definitely a ball of potential energy is Brute Force. You don't know when that spring is going to unlock. Another good nade from Furia takes down Eren. 12 elims. Felt like it was just 8 a moment ago.
They are racking them up nice and quickly. 3rd place guaranteed as well. For Brute Force, this is how you mount a comeback. We called them in spring season the comeback kids. It looks like they've still got the juice. And they want
what kind of juice?
The comeback juice.
Damn. The comeback juice, John?
That's right.
That's crazy.
They got to squeeze every last drop out of this lobby.
I guess so. You could say that.
I did.
North side.
Stop it, you. Stop that at once. Brute Force.
Looking for a big comeback is this team.
That's true. They keep this northern split. I mean, they really love just taking the entirety of the north side of circles. Every single time, it always feels like they're on the north as well. It's interesting.
The circle is on the north, and Brute Force is on the north. Coincidence? I think not.
A fairly even split on the performance for all of the players right now alive on Brute Force. No one player doing all of the heavy lifting. They are playing as a full 3. Trovo 2030. Currently with just the 1 elimination, actually. But all 4 players.
First Pro, though, this is the biggest standout within these final 3. Looking to lift themselves up from the dark pit that they have found themselves in, that they've fallen into. Today might be the ladder that they required to get towards the top side, channel their inner vein.
Verse Pro spotted Ragnarok. Able to channel the venom in. Breaks the back of Virtus Pro. But will their mind survive as Icy melts under the pressure? An Ice Nade in. A clean take on their east flank. Now, it's Trovo 2030 versus Brute Force.
Virtus Pro get hit with the Batman Batbreaker. We'll be sent back to the drawing board, but a good game from them so far. Enjoyed that one. It's not a greatest of the positions at the start of the game, so to get to 3rd place, I would give that a big thumbs up in my books. Trovo 2030, 4 players versus 3. We're looking at the fearsome Brutes versus Trovo 2030. With the moment, it does feel like they'll be waiting to 2030 before they start getting some eliminations in this game.
They've got 3 now, and they shall treasure them dearly. This high ground, they're really banking on it to make it work for them. Rotating around now. Freezer on that off angle behind the tree.
Oh, it's so scared.
They don't know he's here. They are fully unprepared for this tree position. Not that they're really trying to get too much information here. Trovo 2030. Definitely timid. Mollified by the potential of a chicken dinner that they haven't seen in a long time.
They're nervous. Their first day out with a chicken dinner. Can they impress? Or will it be Brute Force stealing away? Mr. Steal Yo Chicken Dinner. 3 versus 4. With the high ground in Trovo's favour. It's their game to lose. It's actually their game to lose.
And that's how you do it. Marcelo? No clue what he's trying to get done there.
My timer just went off, by the way.
Oh, excellent. Hey, you put it right on the nose there. Nice one. It was interesting, that buggy rollout. I mean, you need way more smoke cover and way more off-angle control if you want to go for something like that. And they just didn't have it. He just rolls forwards into sightlines and goes down. So 3 versus 3 now.
I actually messed up the time. I put it on 24:38 instead of 25:38. So I think I might have been bang on.
You think there's 2 more minutes in this?
1 more minute. 24 to 25.
Oh, I thought you said 23. That's my bad.
I see. That's okay. Come on, brute force. You can do this. Trovo's giving you so many angles.
If brute force clean up the rest of this, it's 16 eliminations, meaning a 26-point gain. Trovo 2030, they want to jump up and try and compete with Falcons, get into the conversation for a spot at PMGC. I mean, this would be the way to do it, so definitely a lot on the line, I think, for both of these two teams. Big opportunities here. Neos steps out, does not get punished. That's the sort of rollout you want. You have cover and the off angle from Neos. The smokes are there, and Furia can use that buggy to gain ground here for brute force.
The nades go out, John. This is it now. First knock found.
Neos there for a second, and now it's up to Ragnarok. Has to go for the reload, swaps out to the Bison instead, and in come brute force over the hill. It is going to be the rundown, and masterfully manipulated, and a timid, trepidatious team to combat them. Just not going to work out for Trovo 2030. They get up into second place, but brute force catapult themselves up the tables with an excellent opener to their final day.
Yeah, it was just too quiet there from the guys on brute force, not able to quite figure out, well, from Trovo 2030, sorry, not able to quite figure out what they wanted to do in that end game. It just felt like they'd not been in those situations enough, and it finally comes around to them, and they a little bit scared. What do we do next in this 1v1 in terms of team versus team? Damn, it's a sneeze and a half.
Well, bless you. Zedwolf, we saw that little turnaround there, passing the baton from power. He nearly took the ball down there, and I think rightly was able to get that final frag. The res positioning, I still will criticize it. I think that could have been done much better, and Power could have had a better chance. With 2 barrels pointed at the door. Team Spirit, they did pretty well to get this rundown. A lot of that was from Matic as well, playing off the angles. It did go down in the end. The rundown from brute force, just too strong.
Flip was doing a lot of work actually for Na'Vi. I was impressed. I was impressed by some of the nades that came through, playing as a solo for a long time. But yeah, Trovo 2030, they had all the ground to play, right? They had all the advantages, and they played as if they were the team down the hill. And that's the issue. That's the issue you find themselves in. For brute force though, 2,000 damage on that game, 16 eliminations. Very, very well done indeed.
Absolutely. A great way to kick that day off, and it of course is going to put them in that conversation for first place, right? They were just a bit outside the room. They're going to go over that 100-point barrier. They're going to be able to compete now with the teams at the top of the tables. 26 points. The 9 points is the second highest point earning game this time around. That is kind of crazy. Brute Force started today on 99 points, so they will be on 125. Team Spirit able to get 7. Twisted Minds able to get 5. So they should be up in 3rd place here, Blank, after this match. They have done very, very well to get up there, and now they can compete for the podium.
Yeah, brute force, well done. Very well done. A incredible turnout from them in that one game. And that's just how it works when you have a leaderboard like this, which is so close towards the top side of the tables. So many teams can jump up in between it. So many teams might have themselves a lovely shot over towards that PMGC placing. You can see how low the damage was. Only brute force really finding much of anything inside of this circle. Na'Vi, the next second best with 1,126 damage. Wild numbers.
Someone's gonna have to figure out how to handle these brute force splits right now, because it's not really just being punished kind of at all. And Perhaps it's because they are reading the circle really well, and when they know they can go for these splits, they're doing them incredibly dominantly. But then they're capitalizing off of it by going for those sweeps down the sidelines. Here's the overalls. They are indeed up into third place. They are now 11 points behind Team Spirit in first place. They pushed Zeus out.
They have. I mean, Zeus down towards fourth place, 120 points. I mean, very, very good from Zeus Esports, but not quite there yet. Team Spirit, though, maintain their first place position after a crazy spray down on towards Twisted Minds from Kitsune. Wonderful stuff to lay claim to that first place spot. IWRX up towards 8th, and it is RCB still claiming that 9th place spot, which is where we will be cutting off our PMGC points qualification. Virtus Pro still get in due to PMGC points. Let's take a look at these milestones, John, where you could be winning yourself some fantastic prizes here today with PUBG Mobile.
Absolutely. You can, of course, earn yourself any of these prizes based on how many viewers and how many concurrent viewers we're able to get. We've got an exciting milestone activity for all our viewers during the PMSL EMEA Grand Finals, powered by Infinix. Keep watching the stream closely because we're unlocking 5 tiers of prizes for the most dedicated fans. The longer you stay tuned, the better your chances to win. And each milestone you reach unlocks a higher tier of prize. So head over to Esports PubgM EU and comment #outplay the rest. That's #outplay the rest, and you can be one of the lucky ones to walk away with these prizes. So keep watching the stream, unlock all the great rewards, and they're all, of course, powered by Infinix. Look at those, some in-game goodies as well. That first milestone looking pretty clean. But we are going to be taking a short break. We'll be back with match number 2.
You walk up like, hey, how'd you like me like that? You lay it down, but it's coming off flat. Like, hey, why you acting like that? Lay it down, kiss your mom with that mouth. I've been feeling oh so marvelous. You stand back and just don't bother this. There's some things that I'd just rather miss now. So the next time you're lonely, checking your phone for the old me, trying to kickstart my heartbeat. You won't find me begging now. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. Hey, how'd you like me like that? I hit the town and I ain't looking back. So hey, how'd you like me like that? We cruising around, got the pedal down flat. I've been feeling oh so marvelous. You stand back and just don't bother this. There's some things that I'd just rather miss now. So the next time you're lonely, checking your phone for the old me, trying to kickstart my heartbeat. You won't find me begging now. I'm feeling supernatural.
Ruxa, ruxa, pega o da direita.
Bora, bora, bora.
Pega, pega o da direita.
Caiu, velho.
Sempre não desculpa. Já chega. Chega disso, chega. This is how we train, and you know this story. Anyone can be the one. We know it, you know it. Play Ultimate Royale. We are waiting for you.
The first match of the day goes the way of Brute Force, and we are going to be looking to see if they can keep that pace up over the rest of it, because they are, of course, defending champions. Of course, as I say it, for a third time, which is how you know I'm serious about Brute Force going for this.
Brute Force, of course, at the top. Perhaps.
With a horse and then Norse.
Yes. Here we see Brute Force's averages from the entire tournament. Yep, from the entire finals, which is what I meant to say the first time, but for some reason my brain went to entire tournament. So we were on the same page. I was just looking at the cover. But yeah, Brute Force right now 949 average damage to 1031 for Twisted Minds, who are currently second place. Yep, average placements are actually higher as well, with a higher average survival time for Brute Force. Of course, well done. They're taking this to the maximum in these matches. Really pleased to see it. RCB on the other hand, Loxy not even looking at any of his teammates. He's disappointed in them. He wants more.
Well, right now they are on the bubble towards that PMGC spot. They still have a 4-point lead. Both them and Fireflux got 1 point last match. But these are 5 teams that don't like to only get 1 point on Miramar here. As we take that away, didn't even want to look at that. Just kidding. Pranked you. We're going to be going into our first Miramar of the day. We've got 2 of them on the cards, and this, of course, will be that first of 2. The plane path sits from Valdemar over towards the north edge of Impala.
Unbelievable stuff coming on our screens right now. Another southern plane path. Who would have guessed it? Not me. Maybe me.
Oh, you definitely guessed it. I can tell. You're pretty on the ball like that. With Trovo 2030 adding up a couple of points from that last match. They're now on 50, so they're within striking distance. Sure, within 5 matches worth of gameplay of 85, but that's 35 points they need to make up, which wouldn't even completely change how they're playing. Highly unlikely. It is their major goal to jump up that far, but so it is for every other team in the lobby.
Lots of our players and teams are looking to get further into this game. Every team spirit down towards Chumacera. A little bit more of a hot drop here for them because there are so many teams around them on this southern playing path. John?
Wait, did you just get far away for a second? Are you having to deal with cats right now? Are you on cat wrangling duty?
Maybe.
Goodness me. Well, I'm glad you're back. As Virtus Pro on the southeast side maybe have Trovo 2030 to deal with here as Koa's offset from the rest of them. Circle goes out to this east side. We've been here a couple of times, blank. It's not over to the coastline though. Not that far. We're going to be going inland.
Happy days. No more water for a lot of these teams to deal with. We don't like water here. It is a pain in these games. Instead, heading over towards Hacienda del Patron and the open areas around this position. Heroic down towards Monte Nueva and Brute Force making the way over towards El Pozo. The usual. And Virtus Pro down towards Puerto Paraiso. Our teams that do the best on this map, John. Virtus Pro, Na'Vi. Who else are you thinking?
77 do pretty well.
77 do pretty well on this map. That's right. That is right.
That is correct. But they're in 6th place right now, so wanting to try and push up a little bit further. Right now they are, I think, the 4th team to qualify. No, sorry, I was right. The 4th team to qualify through these places here. With Twisted Team Spirit, getting one of those spots already from PMGC points. Brute Force as well. So they're the 4th highest team that is qualifying directly from this tournament. IWNRX behind them. So are Virtus Pro, the other 2 teams who have those PMGC spots from points.
Oh, power. How the mighty Al-Haji has fallen on the tables. I still think there's a possibility to ladder up over RCB, though RCB, they're a strong team. They're a good team. They're a team that can hold on to this spot. They're going to need to get themselves out of that weird mindset they're right in now for finals. Feels like suddenly a whole bunch of pressure has been mounting. Is now crushing them. Shoulders sagging. Feet pushing into the ground. There is too much on their minds here in the finals.
Utter drudgery in the picture that's been painted for us of Power Esports. They've got all 4 of their players though. That's 4 more than they had for a lot of last game. So that's good news. North side of Los Leones right now for Power. They do have an opportunity to move. They're fairly uncontested on the north side of Los Leones. Question of will it be as uncompeted for on their rotational paths. Teams just settling in still, which is interesting. I mean, the playing path being quite south and starting from the west side as well. It's interesting that the teams over towards places like Monte Nuevo, like Valle de Mar, like Chumacera haven't started to rotate yet. You get out early, you hit the ground nice and quickly. In general, you're going to be looted nice and fast, so you'd expect to see some rotation starting to come through at this stage. I think Na'Vi are just about gearing up to go for it. As that stage 1 circle starts to close.
Yeah, for Na'Vi, they're not in their usual situation. In La Cob Cob, as it has been dubbed during this tournament. La Cobreria.
Oh, you nailed it.
Thank you. I was struggling the other day.
Well, it happens. There's always one word. There's always one place on Miramar every day. We'll figure out what it is later, I'm sure.
Impala.
Whoa.
Impala.
Why did you just say that twice?
I was like trying to say it as if it was just a ah. And it just sounds really weird every time I say it, so I've tried again.
Impala.
Impala.
It's almost like you're trying to say impolite, but you just sort of forget halfway through. You're like, Impala.
You're really Impala.
That's so impolite. Impa, dimpity-doo.
What the hell is wrong with you?
I've got a mirror on map for you. No? Original Charlie and the Chocolate Factory?
I am the OG Charlie.
What?
Actually, I won the golden ticket.
That golden ticket? That was mine, actually.
Yeah.
So, stop saying Charlie won it, because he didn't. It was me.
No, I am Charlie. I just have to
you
change
are
my
Charlie?
name.
What
Yeah.
the hell? Here I am thinking you've been blanked all this time.
Oh, I've been that too. I go by many names.
Whoa.
Mithrandir.
Are you a... Mithrandir. Okay. Alright.
Grand Elf.
Yeah. That's right.
And how we laughed.
That is what they used to call me.
How we chortled. Trovo, though, having a good old laugh themselves as Twisted Minds lose a player. Not a good start for them today, John. It has been all over the shop. From the seasoning aisle all the way to the breakfast.
That's interesting. Are those on the opposite sides of your local grocery shop?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, dear.
I've got bakery and cheese on the...
Oh.
Yeah. So if you want a cheese sandwich,
I like
you've got
that
to
you
go
know that.
from one side of the shop to the other.
Yeah.
I could name every aisle in order.
Could you?
And yeah, probably. I can walk through that. I can walk through it in my head for sure. Definitely.
That's pretty cool. I think, yeah, I'm impressed.
Really?
Yeah, bro, thoroughly. I can do that.
I mean,
know roughly the directions of the aisles.
you know every POI in Miramar, but you don't know where to find a packet of biscuits.
Yeah, but we also have to consider the fact that I have been looking at Miramar for a good 4 to 5 years.
And you don't go to the supermarket?
Well, I have moved a lot.
Okay. Oh, that's fair if you've only just got... Yeah.
This
Okay.
is like as if, you know, if the PUBG Mobile team kept introducing new maps.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I've been here for about 3 years now, so...
Well, that makes sense.
That's you know, once a week, maybe twice a week, if I want to get a couple of treats for myself. Or, or if I'm out of sugar. Something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Southwest Shift.
I'm so
Enough about our
interested.
grocery habits. It is. I mean, it's an interesting thing to talk about the way people live their lives. You know,
Yeah.
the frequency of shopping. It's a changing game. People say that Gen Z in general go shopping more frequently for less stuff.
Oh, for real?
I just made that up.
Oh, you said it with such confidence I believed you.
Yeah, no, that was the goal, but then I was like, actually, there's no real point in pretending I know anything about this.
You don't want to brand yourself as a liar.
No, that's true.
Yeah, especially in a game where you need to have an authority on things.
That is true. Power trying to have some authority over this fight right now because Nick McGalaxy giving them stiff competition. Easy on the door frame, can't quite get the job done. It's up to Al-Haji. Of course he's ready to handle business though. The only knock on the inside and the rest of Nick McGalaxy gone in a blink of an eye.
Yeah, Nick McGalaxy out. What is that all about? One player still up and remaining, but 119 points. Here is Team Spirit, on the other hand. One player down, 2 players up. Looking to fend off against RCB, who we said here needed to have a good game. They need to solidify their position, because right now, it's a bit runny. It's a bit drippy. It's a bit like liquid. We don't want that. We want a solid foundation.
That's right.
Not wet concrete, RCB.
Come on. Oh, they put too much water in the mix. It's all sloppy.
You fools.
Get some more sharp sand in there. Let's go.
I think if anyone can do it, it's RCB. I am actually a big fan of RCB. I like this team.
I had them
I
in my
like
top
most of the
three.
players. I like most of the players on that team. But good for you.
Yeah, I'm disappointed.
Why?
Because they're not in the top three.
I think that, you made a good call. They've had some very good moments. I think they deserve to be in the top 3. I would say you succeeded.
I mean, in general, sure. I think coming into this tournament, I think I probably would have still predicted RCB. I saw them as a team that definitely had the potential to get stuck in on these fights. And I think that they just haven't had the mechanical skill that we wanted from them. Silas has definitely been an impactful player, certainly over the last day or two, but just not enough to see them safe. And I think the rest of the team kind of not quite complementing his position well enough.
Silas is a wild card, I would say. Silas is a wild card. I think he does what he wants. The team kind of has to respond to him. Not always easy, but they have an interesting playstyle where Silas is sort of the spearhead for the team. 77 making their rotate. And I think it's been a while since we've seen a circle like this, which heads over towards Picardo, Power Grid, at that very much interesting position over towards that western side.
Look at that!
There is something special on the screen. We said the first time it appeared, we'd make note of it. And if you just saw that on the left side of your screen, that is the Infinix GT20 Pro that you're looking out for to count up the future. As a very nasty hit over towards Magnum. It's onto the bumper.
Zeus trying to extend some influence in from the south side. Falcons wanting to try and dissuade them from doing so. 2 goals in direct opposition from one another. Rita moves up, scouting forwards, getting some information. Nades are starting to go through, so he turns his tail. Will fold back in with the rest of the team and head a little bit further west, but the road up from the northeast side of Picardo kind of splits this lobby in two. There's this massive valley that is in the middle of this circle. At the moment, I think S2G, or perhaps 77, have the compound that sits on the road sort of in the middle of it all. They might try and weather this storm for a little while longer. I think it is S2G, in fact, who got a little bit of control on that. But some roadside positions, potential to stay out of the fighting for a while. And the teams on the northwest and on the southeast are going to have to start to figure out how they can conclude these engagements and get extricated from their side of the circle if it moves to the other side.
Virtus Pro over towards the eastern edge. And Fireflux looking to guard them out. Virtus Pro. A lot of teams actually rooting for this squad to bring those points margins down a bit. To allow a team like Fireflux in. No matter what happens, give them a little bit more safety in terms of the net. But Fireflux is right now their direct competition. Funnily enough. And you're right, this valley that runs through the middle is an interesting one. I think it was in the past. Let's say in the past, maybe 3 years ago, this was known as Death Valley. I'm going to still call it and dub it Death Valley because it certainly is. It is a really, really horrible position to be in. Which is why most teams try and crunch themselves up towards the rocky face of the cliff. But we are going there. No doubt about it. This is going to be tough for a lot of our squads. It's going to cause a massive amount of problems for them.
Everybody in the north trying to solve those problems really quickly now. You can see Heroic, you've got Brute Force, Na'Vi, Trovo 2030, IWNRX, all of them outside the circle. And this is what I was talking about. If it shifts away from your side of this valley, you're going to have to go for a mad dash here. And I think a lot of teams are going to go for a sweep. There's going to be a traffic jam on the east side here, as the road crossing over that side seems a little bit more favorable. Could potentially see a cross down towards S2G's compound on the roadside, or 77's position over on the cliffs on the west, but at the moment, the top of this hill, where Team Spirit, where RCB, where Twisted Minds sit, I don't think that they really want to go too heavily into a fight right now. They just want to try and live this one out.
Yeah, I'd agree. I would 100% agree. Now, a lot of teams is going to be a case of trying to navigate your way around. For Falcons, I think that they have quite the aggressive split down towards that south side. I'm not sure how I feel about it. I think because they are so on that slow side of the circle, they can get a lot of scouting done and hope to confirm that position. But in comes Zeus on that southwest. Now, Falcons better be ready for this one as Ali gets into a vehicle and actually moves away from that, exposing that location. Let's hope know about this.
Virtus Pro spotted first. That's IWNRX who are looking for an opening to go down south. But they've got Na'Vi to deal with now. As Swain goes down first. First blood drawn. Flip gets that flush. IWNRX, they found a south pick, but they weren't quick enough to get away from Na'Vi. And this is what I was talking about. That traffic jam on the east side really being difficult to navigate here. As Virtus Pro still suffering. IC hops out. There's a great little pick up there onto Scarface. Now 3 players from Fireflux remain. Gets straight back in as well. No one else nearby.
Yeah, it's a very isolated fight, actually, with the way that the terrain cuts into this location. Cutting away a lot of the sight lines that look in towards this position. Na'Vi tries to rotate down on that northeast side. They suffer a couple of knocks. We'll go down to 2. A lot of teams here down to 2 players remaining, especially in towards our top 7. Top 8, in fact. And most of the teams that have the 4 players left alive are down towards our bottom 8. So there is potential and a chance here for one of those teams that is struggling on the bottom side of the table to pick themselves up a good game.
I mean, I'm looking at Power still. They've just found a knock over towards Falcons. They've had 3 eliminations on the board already. If they can sweep out this south side, they have a nice little approach towards that graveyard position from that high ground. There's a couple of transitional points they can look to try and pick up as well on their way. But they have to get rid of Falcons first. Meanwhile, over on the east side, Virtus Pro continue to have a troubled time. As Fireflux keep the fight going. This flame yet to be extinguished, but Solke will bow in the wind. That nade blasts him back to his knees there. Bishke steps out. Icy, his opposing player, on the other side of the compound here. The circle up on this north side means that both of these 2 teams are going to have to leave this location.
Yeah, Core down, but is being rezzed. Fireflux, I believe, now down to just 2. Circle over towards that northwest side. It's just grim. It's just grim all around. Most teams will be localized over towards the southeast side of the circle. Pretty much the only place that has any sort of decent positions to play. S2G, though, get themselves a big old ticket towards the end game. With a lovely compound for themselves on that northwest side.
Ooh, nearly catching Lux with a long nade there to catch the fallback. Doesn't quite connect, unfortunately. And Brute Force are looking to sweep through. Another team joins this fight from this eastern side. Brute Force are the last ones to make this move, though, and that puts them as the backstop. That gives them a little bit of an advantage. The difficulty here is that the blue zone has so much pressure on this. If they can maintain that high ground, everybody else in this zone is going to be forced out. They can move back up towards Neos on the north side, and Furia may be able to pick up a point or 2 as Virtus Pro have to leave. Fireflux as well on the south.
Goes Power towards RCB, starting off fairly well, but Loxy is here with some unbelievable shots, and Power is decimated in the wake of RCB.
Taken it out of the competition, the crash down that cliff face, just into the fire there. Power tried to make a move, but it was countered at every turn. Wild can get rezzed. RCB's hold on the south side can be a little bit more strong now, but Falcons are going to try and capitalize on this chaos. A nade in through the window. Is that going to find the re-knock? No. Goes a little bit too far. Wild back up.
Brute Force towards the north side, looking towards Heroic. Some good shots are sent through and they will be eliminated, but there is shots going back over towards Brute Force. Furious sends out over towards Trovo 2030, the team that they were able to take out last time, but he is making a mistake as he sends in this direction. Will be taking out Brute Force, make their way into second place with those 6 eliminations, yet Twisted Mind still in the game with 2 players. Let's see if they have anything to say about this one. Brute Force on a tear today.
Twisted Minds currently as well on the northwest point of this glut of teams over towards the graveyard position, over towards that church, gives them a little bit of an opportunity to outlast it all. All of the other teams, they're going to have to fight through the south, through the east of this position, which means that Twisted Minds will be the final boss. So even if they do not have the capability to win the fight, there's a capability to earn placement points because of it. Fireflux, they're at the back of the queue. The Falcon's going to try and cut in front of them.
Falcons down on that backside. RCB still on 4. The team with the best chances, I would say, to carve a path towards that northwest. Falcons in. Good nade. Goes a little bit too far back. And Silence will be taken down. That's by Nomi. And Hope looks to pick up the elimination off the back of it. And he will be successful. But it's in fact Nomi to pick that one up. Interesting.
Just keeping that spray going down. Not able to land that shot for Falcons. You definitely need that point. Can't be letting those get away. There was a fish in that barrel, and he missed it. Regnum Kaya Barat, otherwise known as RCB, on the southeast side now, going to have to push out from their location for the first time in a while. The Falcons with the perch over the top, making it so hard. Nomi caught.
Effect's going to struggle to get in. Good Molotov to prevent them from getting in towards this building. And I mean, for RCB, they do need to push through here eventually. Effect looks to stand up, but it's a good side swipe angle from Mazel. There's only a matter of time after Nomi went down before something like that did occur. Nice nade from 77. We'll find at least one.
Zeus trying to exchange here, and there's the shot coming through from Rita. Find Limbo Boom. Maniac is flushed away. 77 having a tough time. RCB have the suppression at distance onto this angle, but the question is, are they peeking it? Are they looking for these shots? 77 are going to struggle to crest this ridgeline. Either way, it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, for 77, there's a timer on it, but a nice nade from Shifu once again. Arcs all the way over the top, explodes over on Rita's face. And Shifu might just have shifted chances in their favor. Attempts to get another nade through. I think that was maybe a little bit overzealous from Shifu.
Twisted Minds, third party in the engagement as Virtus Pro try and roll up on the eastern side. IWNRX will go down, but not before one of the players on Virtus Pro gets knocked. Icy on the back lines, that should be flushed away. Bishke next to go down. Limbo Boom finding the last player there for Zeus. That will be spray down on the south side. They're down. No eliminations. 9th place. Not the greatest of results for them. Twisted Minds still being that backstop to this entire engagement. Wild on the inside of the church. Trying to hold off Falcons, and a beautiful nade from the backlines there. Wild's got backup. And RCB keep things going. They're up to 10 eliminations now, Blank. Navi looking pretty ghoulish right now in the graveyard. They do have a position in the circle, but the next one is about to pop in about 10 seconds. 77 on the south side and S2G. They have been so far out of this engagement for so long. Perfectly happy to sit pretty, but this next circle, again, quite likely to take us away from it, but we'll see where it goes. RCB taking a knock on the run-up is really, really bad timing. Wild trying to hop past and get Default down, but on the north side, you've still got Flip to worry about on the off angle, and Nade's still cooking for Default. Wild is there, trying to do the work. He drops it right on the other side, tags in a lot of damage. The Molotov is going to underarm it and burn him back across the wall. Somehow Wild evades it, and down the slope he goes. As there comes the shots from 77. Loxy is spotted from an off angle, and it's all up to Wild. He's trying to bandage it up. Default steps too high, and he goes low as well. A first aid is here, and now finally Flip reinforces this wall, as Wild now has a second challenger to his angle. The first aid coming on through. Flip has to find it now. Azel on the backlines for RCB. Is he going to be picked up? I don't think Wild has the time, and they will fall. RCB out. Here's Twisted Minds. I said that this was going to be the team that survived this fight. Now they actually have the full fight on them. Even if they can't win this out, they've done a lot of work just by sitting here, holding everybody into the graveyard, into the church. Default and Flip for Na'Vi, trying to move on over the top of them. See if they can get the angles onto the rest of the lobby. At the moment, 77 with the west side. Have got a long line. They're extending the influence. S2G, they tried to transition over to the east side of the road. It did not go well. And Virtus Pro is still going. They've got 4 eliminations. Oh, he knows Default's there. This should be an easy spray down. Koa, what are you doing? You cannot miss that spray. Default turns around, and on the broad side, gets taken down there. Disaster strikes for Virtus Pro. That could have been an easy pickup. Could have been a ladder up. And Twisted Minds now hold out the compound entirely. A really cheeky little pick up there for them, and Default on the top rope can keep things going.
And for 77 over towards that western side, big split from them. Twisted Minds as well. Remember, this game does mean a lot to Twisted Minds here. 77 like to pump their scoreline up some more. Default looks for the double spray, and it's not meant to be. We're now into 3 teams remaining. S2G with 1. We have had a very, very chilled out game up until this moment in time, where they were thrust into the hellish battle that has been carrying on the sidelines. He is spotted, but not down yet. Quick reposition from Swash.
It's a two-way engagement at this point. I think Swash out in the open is going to have a real tough time to make this one work. He might be able to pick up a point or 2, but this is Twisted Minds or 77's day. Twisted Minds not too far behind from first place. Remember, they are still very much in that top peloton. It could be a great way for them to keep things a little bit more secure, but 77, they just got the lineups on the run out here. The amount of angles that they've got, that they've claimed from this south side, really brutal to deal with. Lord is down. Doran now in a 1v3v1. As Swash also going to ladder up into second place. Descending here. There's just nothing you can do for Doran.
Yeah, it's very hard. I mean, Twisted Minds pretty happy, honestly, because they have been the arbiters of that eastern side. To get a 3rd place here wouldn't be the worst thing in the world for them. 4 elims, 3rd place, and S2G pretty much get a free game off that compound on the northwest side. But I don't think it's going to last for long now. As nades start to go over towards the top. That one's a little bit short. The blue zone will finish this off.
Certainly will. Swash trying to get some healing done, but no, it's not going to happen. S2G down, 2nd place. They get the ladder up from the circle, going over to that graveyard, but it's 77, not playing inside of the rest of it. Getting a lot of work done, taking that chicken dinner. A great way to close it out. I feel like they controlled the outside. Nobody else really able to compete for that either. Falcons decided to commit over to the high ground, and it didn't pay out.
Yeah, I think for 77, they didn't have an easy push either for themselves. From the south side, they slowly skirted past stealthily towards the guys on Zeus. and they were able to just angle themselves out very fantastically. And again, the majority of the positions that were safe to play were over towards that eastern side, so you had to be very, very on the ball to be able to play where 77 did. To claim that space, it was a risk, and only one team could remain in the end. And it was 77.
I see there. Little spray downs coming through. Virtus Pro. They got pretty late into this game. Twisted Minds as well. Team Spirit. The team's early into that graveyard high ground position. Na'Vi as well. Having a rough time of getting out of there. Kept in the lock-in, and 77 held the key. 6 eliminations, 1,340 damage. Not the most bombastic game, but certainly great for their point scoring totals.
Yeah, I mean, they'll be happy with this. 16 points is 16 points, realistically, at the end of the day, right? So I think for 77, this is just in terms of keep themselves towards that top side of the lobby. That's what matters most.
Someone's rotating past my window just there. I think that... I don't know what's going on, but like 3 superbikes just... making a lot of noise. Yeah, well, might have come through on my mic, which is why I looked a little bit surprised there. RCB, 11 points, blank. They were able to get 10 eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, for RCB, like I said, this is a game where they knew they had to get something out of it. And although they weren't able to get a huge amount of placement points, I'm glad they got the 10. Because they were kind of on the boundary. And I do think that the potential is there for RCB. So I would be happy to see them representing EMEA going through to PMGC in some capacity.
Could certainly be up for grabs. The volatility at the bubble point on the table right now is still at fever pitch, right? You've got so many teams dancing around it. As we look at our match report, you can see Zadira was able to top the damage and doing... Actually, I think that over half of 77's damage all comes from Zadira. And would you expect anything different? This guy was absolute MVP material coming through from the league stages, and it seems like he's going to continue to pull 77 from the front.
Yeah, and pull no punches doing it either, because Zadira has been consistently the best player on that squad, pulling out some very, very fantastic moves. I mean, Shifu does back him up very nicely, but at the end of the day, Zadira has been the one really cracking all the best jokes, at least playing them on other teams so far. So I think they'll be very, very pleased that he is currently here with them for this tournament. Team Spirit still on top, 138, but Twisted Minds not far behind with 137. It's Brute Force who is on the rise with 131.
Yeah, absolutely. 131 there in third place. 77, 124. Zeus, they pushed up into the podiums, and then they've been pushed back down again, but it's not going to be the end of the world for them. They do still have 4 more matches to play. We've only had 2 so far today. RCB entering the front page. There's a little bit of a drop-off. 111 from Na'Vi to 96 from RCB. And then 95 down to IWNRX, which is, again, another pre-qualified team. I think, as it stands, Fireflux would not make it because IWNRX and Virtus Pro are in 9th and 10th. Those are the extra teams that would push it low there. So they need to push on up a little bit further if they want to make it to PMGC. If you guys want to make it to PMGC, sorry you can't play. Applications have closed, but you definitely can get a ticket. That's right. Scan the QR code below for a 40% early bird discount, and you could be heading over to London for the grand finals at the end of the year to see the best of the best compete. It's going to be a great one. We hope to see you there, and we will see you in a few minutes for the finals to continue here in EMEA.
PUBG Mobile version 3.4 marks the launch of the new Wonder Season. Explore a series of featured creations and complete various challenge missions to earn points and get awesome rewards. Let's check it out. You'll find Wonder Season on the World of Wonder page. Here, you can choose a creation and start matchmaking. Furthermore, there are Wonder Season missions to complete. Each day, you can complete multiple Wonder Season creation missions and one non-Wonder Season creation mission. Up to 100 points can be earned daily. It's worth mentioning that each time you play a featured Wonder Season creation, you'll be evaluated based on your performance, and your evaluation determines how many points you earn. You can get up to 100 points. Do keep in mind that different types of creations have different evaluation criteria. Complete missions to earn points and improve your tier. Each tier offers unique rewards, including AG, covers, avatar frames, rare sets, and more. Head to Wonder Season now and explore away. That's it for this introduction to World of Wonders Wonder Season. Get your friends and explore the Wonder Season together now.
It's time for another match. We are going over to Sanhok next. We are doing our world tour here at the PMSL EMEA. Brute Force have been able to climb the rankings. Twisted Minds coming back. The conversation continues as to who will take that top spot. The podium's looking crowded right now, Blank. And here are our top 5 Sanhok performers.
Yeah, Enigma Galaxy with 9.5 average eliminations over their 2 Sanhoks they've had since the first day of finals and the second. Kind of an incredible performance for 1800 damage done average. So for Enigma Galaxy right now, they are the kings of Sanhok, which is a very, very weird thing for me to say about Enigma Galaxy. I've not been able to say that since maybe 2021.
I mean, that was when the heel strat was still a thing.
Yeah.
That was an interesting way for them to play. Certainly plenty of interesting things going on today, though, not least of which is the Infinix GT20 Pro. Spot them over the course of the day. And of course, you could be in with a chance of winning the phone itself. Special activity for you in the PMSL EMEA Grand Finals. Keeping an eye out during the match. Count how many times the Infinix GT20 Pro appears. Head on over to Esports pubgm EU to drop your guess of how many you've seen over all 3 days of the finals. So not just in today, not just in yesterday, over all 3 days added together in the comments of Esports pubgm EU over on Instagram. The first person to get it right wins their very own Infinix GT20 Pro. So stay sharp, keep watching. You might just walk away with the ultimate gaming phone.
You may indeed, and that is what it's all about here over at PUBG Mobile EMEA. Not just the Infinix GT20 Pro, but that is a big part of it. But we are looking to crown our champions of the finals after today's games are concluded. RCB on a good game, that last one around in terms of those eliminations, and to be honest with them, the position on the map that it was a difficult place to really capitalize in terms of that angle of things. We saw a lot of teams towards the top side of the lobby only get 6 to 7 elims compared to RCB's 10, and they made the most of the chaotic position that they were in on that match. We're heading over now to Sanhok, where RCB will be facing off against Virtus Pro. Those things have quietened down quite a lot up towards Pioneer.
They have started to move apart from one another. The plane path from Hartin down towards Docks cuts right through the middle of the map, so nothing special there on the plane path. We'll see where the circle decides to go for us. We've had some pretty mean circles a few times over on Sanhok. The crossings to the Northwest Island have been treacherous time and time again. This is the last time we're going to be visiting Sanhok, Blank, in the PMSL EMEA only once more, while they find themselves dropping down onto the luscious green hills of the jungle in Sanhok, so they better make the most of it.
That's right, John. Last chance saloon here over at Sanhok. Twisted Minds, though, find themselves in a fight between Zeus and themselves. The battle at the top of the Northwest Island. We'll see if it's worth it, depending on this next circle that comes on through. A lot of damage to be had with that one nade, though, and not a lot of first aid kits, as well as bandages to go around. That's a big starter for Zeus.
Especially when you consider the sort of weaponry that they're going to be operating with. A really great pickup there to be able to open for some damage. A knock would have been nicer, but you'll take what you can get. Rob steps out, tries to challenge Maniac, but backs off the angle fast. Knows that he doesn't want to overexpose. There's plenty more barrels waiting in the grass for them. Rita on a secret mission out wide. Doran seems to have heard something there. Immediately just waiting for that angle. No, he's crept past him. Has he seen it? I don't think so. Rita could get a massive amount done here. If he's worried about that rock, though, I think Doran knows.
Yeah, I mean, for Doran, it is more of a case of just making sure you keep tabs on this angle. Just step up, and that's what he does. Good couple of shots to the QBU. That thing hits nasty.
1 round left. That is going to make things hard for him. Right up against the rock. Might actually crawl out wide and pick up the weapon. So not only is it an elimination, it's also a resupply and gives Doran a lot more strength as it does to the rest of Twisted Minds.
Twisted Minds sat behind at the moment. Zeus losing Rita, losing that off angle, pretty difficult. But the circle head down towards that south side means this fight's going to have to conclude at some point. Head down that way. But for Enigma Galaxy, they'll be super happy with this one, John. Another chance at a big game.
It's interesting, isn't it, for Enigma Galaxy? Because a lot of the time, you see them all the way on the far side of the circle, playing it on the blue, stage 3, something like that, rotating in late. But when the circle does go down their way, they have been known to fumble it. Fairly significantly proportions of the time, which is not ideal. Twisted Minds looking to disengage. Zeus happy to let them go here, I think. And that's going to allow them over to Camp Alpha. Both of these two teams need to now get looted and get on the road. The damage that was done to Twisted Minds, meaning they need as much medical attention as they can get as the gang orcas descend down the hillside. A migration over to the west.
Yeah, I mean, for Twisted Minds, they already find 1 pick. They know that Zeus is going to be looking for too much more. So just head on out. Camp Alpha. Lots of loot to be had there. Because they need to get a move on down towards that south side. That engagement's going to be made a lot easier for them versus Zeus. If they try and challenge them on the bridge. Brute Force, Falcons all in to move down from this north side, as does 77. The first game in a while that Team Spirit's just been able to hang out in boot camp.
No clear choice as to whether you want to go north or south of the river just yet. The Pine River splits fairly evenly down the middle. Which means that the crossings are going to be really difficult. In general, every single crossing point, compounds are going to get filled up. You can't go for these fast rotates in stage, probably even stage 2. Things are going to get to danger level high. Heroic. Still trying to catch, or be caught rather, by Fireflux. Jafar on the off angle. He's waiting for Fireflux to make a move. He'll try and punish.
Yeah, for Fireflux in Kampong, this exit is a little bit troublesome for him, right? Over towards Heroic. See if they can figure it out. I mean, Jafar, like you say, is in a hotspot. But you just find one to catch.
That's what they were looking for. An excellent opener, but again, he's exposed here. So if he doesn't have a vehicle to get away from it, needs to be very careful. And you can see he's just got to back off. Knows that the trades are coming through, and immediately, as soon as he knows there's an angle on him, hits the water. Can't risk going down here because of how separated he is from the rest of Fireflux. And look at where Lux is. He's potentially going to have angles all the way down as Jafar tries to navigate the coastline.
Yeah, it's awkward. I mean, they get 1 pick off over towards them, which allows Jafar to get away. Does limit 2 gun barrels. Still got tags over towards him, though. The rest of Heroic will head on without him, look for a better spot within the circle. Start getting work done, as a lot of our teams do make their way in. Like we said before, RCB as well as Virtus Pro. A lot more of a quiet start to their games on Sanhok.
Fireflux, that res is up. Getting slowed down. Falcons moving in from the northeast side. Moving down past Lakawi and potential to get involved with Heroic and with Fireflux here. They decide to go further down south. Interesting decision for Falcons. I mean, basically their choice was go north or south of Quarry to get in towards this circle, but it looks like they are just playing as far to the edge as they can. They want to keep out of this one.
Yeah, Fireflux don't really have to do too much. I mean, likely going to be a north rep for them. S2G on that northern side, just holding up some of the compounds. Again, stage 2 could be pretty brutal. Send fire up towards that north, so teams just waiting it out a little bit, praying that it favors them somewhat. Twisted Minds as well as Power still on northwest, but Zeus did make their way out. Actually got into the circle. Might have a better deal of things.
Next circle going to be pivotal in deciding where teams are going to end up. It could, of course, just split right down the middle, and it seems like it might do. Favors the north side a little bit here, so everyone up there pretty happy right now, but it's definitely not all over for teams like Enigma Galaxy or Na'Vi on those crossings. However, should they need to make it, this is where it gets very, very dangerous for them, because everybody's packed in now along that bank on the east side.
Yeah, I think for a lot of teams, this isn't too bad. I think the main issue that they'll have here is picking between the northeast and the north-southwest. But honestly, at the same time, this is just a case of wherever you were able to grab a position on the northeast or the southwest side, you just continue to play that. No reason to change it up too much.
Zeus. They're on the west edge here. Moving up to it. A lot of late entries now in Sanhok. Circle just about to start to close, which will push Quarry out to the east side of this circle. A lot of teams have already navigated that. A few more to do so. RCB, they have left that Painan position. They have started taking control of this hill repeatedly now. And S2G sit beneath them. I don't think RCB want to push this one out. There's no real incentive to here. If they can just keep S2G from getting out of this position, that is going to be good enough. They can maintain control. And they will, of course, be worried that RCB could also S2G rather, could third party an engagement onto their position. Brute Force trying to move through, but Fireflux are there. A 1-2, maybe a 3. Neos gets painted. As luck's good for the spray down. 3 players from Brute Force fall like flies in the wake of Fireflux.
Yeah, it's a pretty wild spray down going through from Fireflux. Lux gets himself a huge amount of value off the back of that, and it will be Fury at the final player to send off into the distance here, John. Team Spirit still on that northern edge. One of the chillest games that they've had in a while in Sanhok, at least. Enigma Galaxy will bide their time down towards the southwest side, and they have been blessed with 2 separate loot crates.
There you go. Nice to see. This is a brilliant spray down. I mean, in general, this is why we say so frequently, it's generally a bad idea to rotate all in the same vehicle. If Fury was in there, he goes down too, no doubt. They only managed to find 2 vehicles, though. And a treacherous late entry. Teams have started to move back towards the edge blank. This lobby in general, over the course of the league stages and even some of the finals, has been very central focused, but finally we're seeing some edge play come on through. Teams like Brute Force and now Fireflux have taken a leaf out of their book.
That they have. Falcons are still in 15th place. I don't think they'll be moving up too much today. And it is likely that Falcons will not be heading through to PMGC, which is sad because I do think that they had improved their performance a lot throughout the entirety of this season. In the meantime, a super hard shift back up towards Quarry. S2G have a great chance to take one of those compounds that sits off towards that eastern side here, and 77 could snack up one of those themselves.
Funnily enough, I think this hard shift is actually kinder for the teams that need to cross than it would be if it just centered up on the river again. They now know that they need to make that committed play over towards the North Shore and get across there fast. The fact that it's happening in Stage 3 means that there's more open ground than there would be in a Stage 4 rotation. So I feel like for Enigma Galaxy, for Heroic, for maybe even Na'Vi if they can get out of this one, but I don't think that's super likely here, they're going to have a better chance now than they would do later on to make this move.
Enigma Galaxy. Currently looking to push further up. Far side of the circle as per usual, but it hasn't deterred them in the past. In terms of getting a ton of points here on the Sanhok. Twisted Minds make their way over towards Painan. And is RCB to get further out than Virtus Pro over towards that north side, albeit they don't have too much cover to work with. Just some high ground. That's more than enough in terms of scouting potential, and Team Spirit will pick up the northern compound.
A nice little sanctuary for them on that north side. 77 may get in and amongst it, but more likely they transition to the compounds near Quarry. So out of the fight for the time being. Twisted Minds. Do you really want to fight Virtus Pro in Painan? They're so used to it. They've been doing it very, very frequently. Difficult task, but again, another rotation gets clipped here. This time it's Zeus to find the shots over towards the rollover players from Enigma Galaxy, trying to get across this river. A successful crossing. Take that back. They just lost another, and they're now just down to one.
Yeah, for Enigma Galaxy, it was okay. Up until it wasn't. So they take two players, and it was a very bold crossing for them. Narvalo's down. Do they find the pickoff? Ralph's going to head outside, try and get him back up. Doesn't want to expose the angles, but for any other team, this is a position on the map that you might like, and for Heroic, they certainly do want it.
Going into the building, they think they're on the inside. More to deal with for Ralph. He's not going to be able to find any damage even. I think Jafar, he clipped Jafar, but just barely, and it's not going to be too much more than that. Heroic claim a compound on this north side, and everybody who's crossed now is going to have a better time. Virtus Pro have taken a knock. Twisted Minds, are they going to win the hot drop fight?
I mean, it is frustrating for Virtus Pro because they just made that run out towards a compound on the eastern side, and as the second players who are playing backstop do get a knock on towards them from Twisted Minds, so it's a bit more delay, but they'll grab this position. They'll be happy with it. RCB and Virtus Pro get out from Painan unscathed, and Twisted Minds will take up position over there instead of them. IWNRX though finding lots of shots over towards S2G.
This circle shifts back over towards Virtus Pro as well. I mean, it took us over to the north side, but now it's saying, well, only just. We've still got a lot to go. S2G in their compound. Nice and safe. RCB as well. On their hilltop. They've been there since the start. Team Spirit, they still got a little spot over on the north side as well to play from. So potential to transition. They're going to wait for a third party. I think if Twisted Minds push up towards RCB, Team Spirit, it's very likely you see at least a flex out scout coming through to try and see if they can squeak their way in on that side.
RCB over towards the west. I genuinely think that RCB's position is not horrible. And it does give them a lot of agency over towards the center of the circle. S2G managed to get that player back up on his feet. So not too much trouble for them there. I think it's mostly down towards that southeast side as teams are forced in over towards Trovo 2030, Heroic as well as IWNRX. You can see already having impact there as Fireflux loses a player.
Zeus take a knock on the riverside, and Aaron desperately wanting to keep Darkin in the mix. Only two players left alive, so you double your forces if you can get this res off. Should be safe. 77 moving along the side of Quarry now. Wanting to deal with Fireflux. Magnum leading the charge. Sol K and Ketch close to it. I don't think you want to go up to that watchtower there. Spray down. Ketch can't quite connect onto the back lines, and Magnum moves forwards. Nade's now starting to cook. Damage pouring on in, and that is an excellent pickup towards Ketch, but there's an immediate answer. Lux from downhill as well, layering on in. Some defensive strategies there coming on through, but Solke's low. The burn down on the blue zone is coming through, and Limbo Boom does go up to this watchtower, looks for the spray down, gets that knock, gets that flush, and 3 players move on for 77, but there's players ahead of them too. IWNRX are going to be watching this one like a hawk. Not like a falcon though, because they're out.
Yeah, Falcons down. Again, this is what we talked about earlier. This is going to crunch so many teams over towards that northwest side. And without too much chance at massive rotations, Fireflux tried to go through into Quarry directly, but that didn't work out too much either. Circle shifts over towards the western side, giving chance for Twisted Minds, Virtus Pro, S2G, and more importantly, RCB.
Nades coming on through towards Trovo 2030, and they're just down in the dirt, down on their luck too. Terrible time here between IWNRX and Heroic on the south, but IWNRX, they're going to be eating some damage as Heroic continue to fight through Trovo 2030. A knock is found, and Salem does have a shot. Not anymore though, will get taken down. Kevin getting knocked, and Kine on the flip side as well, puts a pause on this fight. And Zeus on the south, they also draw the attention coming back down from Walsh.
Ooh, nasty nade for another window from Aaron. Onto Aaron, sorry, from Darkin. That one's a little bit better. Onto Jafar. Immediately, Aaron will follow up on that, finding the elimination. 77 are down and out as Zadira, the final player for them, is removed. Now, we have Twisted Minds as well as Team Spirit, currently still in this match. Tied at the moment for the first time in a while. Twisted Minds will take back that first place spot.
Darkin not able to escape. Zedwolf's there, latching the gate on the cage. Will not be allowed out. Eren making a mad dash, and Swain caught by Fadan. Over on power. They want to survive a little bit longer. Has got a first aid, but not popping it just yet. I think that might be Fadan going down. Zedwolf trying to move through the blue zone. Difficult time to go. Swain is there. The play zone does claim Fadan. Just Zedwolf remains for IWNRX, and not even that anymore, as RCB pick up another point.
IWNRX out. RCB up to 3 elims this match, but we'll have to catch up to IWNRX, and specifically there is that big jump up over towards an RV, though they're not having the hottest of times recently. Looking to pump further into this one. Eren, final player remaining. Good nade over towards Bishgate. MVP from yesterday looks to put another elimination point up on the tally. 2 more nades remaining.
Right on the edge, Virtus Pro trying to extend up to the hillside, but Eren proving to be troublesome. Azel has the... Yeah, immediately, as soon as you get that off angle for RCB, he's just going down. It's unfortunate. I mean, maybe leave him there for a little bit longer. Soften Virtus Pro up, because now they can get Bishke back up. They can get that healing done nice and safely. And it is 5 teams, all with 4 alive here, blanking for the final circles.
S2G, it's RCB once again, back at it. With great angles down towards them. It would take a gargantuan effort right now from S2G to stay out of dodge inside this compound. Swash as well as Kelsey still up, but great tags coming through into the smoke.
RCB crunching S2G in. Team Spirit and Twisted Minds in the meantime. Gonna go for a fight. Effect steps up. The knock is there. The roll around the side, and Lord's up to the rock as well. The drop down from Effect. They go 1-for-1 on the trade. It's up to Doran now against Team Spirit. Backlines. There's 2 of them to deal with. Nomi progressing in open ground. It's gonna make it work. They're gonna have to pick him up. They're gonna have to move forwards on the crawl and make it double, because Kitsune's already down. Getting Effect on the res will be really important for this team moving forwards, but you can't waste time. They've just spent so much time going for that res. He has to pick him up and move in.
I mean, that was probably the plan. I mean, for Kitsune, it was a little bit more difficult to work with here. Purely because he was so low on HP. I think by the time they picked him up, he likely would have bled out anyway. Loxy is looking up towards this way. Letting Effect just crawl towards the circle. Their best bet here. As Loxy gets closer, nade in hand. I think he has a good idea of where they are. Effect needs to immediately hit the first aid kit, lest he get re-knocked on a nade. But for Team Spirit, very good news for them in terms of their top placement. inside the lobby. They will retake that one back away from Twisted Minds, looking at that $55,000 for first place. Oh, it's wide. That's unfortunate.
The glory that comes with first place as well. Coming in as champions, got to feel good. And lovely nade salvo over to Loxy. Matic wants to hunt it down. Gets that flush confirmed. No res available now. Virtus Pro, though. Oh, look at this broadside from Bishke. Able to find Nomi. A lot of damage over towards Effect as well. Matic, the only one safe from it, but for how much longer? Because right on the northern side of the circle, Wild steps up, but is immediately rebuffed here. Silas with a nade in hand. He's cooking. Needs to find Matic. As the rest of Team Spirit going down. That's good, but it's not good enough. Matic is still there. He's still alive. First aid needs to come now.
Matic pretending as if he went down, it would feel. Ooh. Made off towards the edge, and Matic currently just living this one through. If you get a second place, it's absolutely massive for him. Another first aid kit on side. Immediately pops the next, but it might be too little too late. He steps out to attempt to get the spray onto Azel, and he might have had it if he was a little bit earlier.
Not going to happen, though, this time around. Virtus Pro putting in the hurt, and then Azel will fall. There's the bleed out that they were looking for. Virtus Pro, I feel like that was an unexpected chicken dinner from them, but they only had to move a little bit from Painan and take down their opponents on the hot drop. Meet them in the early game? Nah, we'll see you in the final circles.
Yeah, I mean, for Virtus Pro, good chicken dinner for them. Something they needed for a while, honestly, a little bit more confidence, but it was a good game. It was a good game. Good game from Bishke here too. Good nades as per usual. Team Spirit, some incredible resilience. That is what they are very good at. I mean, over towards that north side, there was a potential that Matic could have maybe got himself the spray down to Azel, but we'll let bygones be bygones.
Twisted Minds started off nicely with a little hot drop action over on the northern side. They picked up a point, and we saw them getting deep into that game. A lot of high elimination crossings found. This was the spray down over to Nick the Galaxy. A lot of teams losing players on that transition from the South Shore to the North side. It was always destined to be brutal. IWNRX moved around and got a lot done on the southeast flank, but could not break into that final circle stage.
Yeah, I mean, for S2G, it was a good lineup that they had early. I mean, this play from Matic was very, very good. And that nade goes off, and there was a chance on that rock for him to take second place for himself. There's only 4 eliminations for Virtus Pro. A very quiet game down on that south side jump. But they'll take the 10 points nonetheless.
Yeah, adding up to 14 total. And I mean, we wanted Virtus Pro to have done this from the start of the finals, but they had such an abysmal first day. And it was only one match from yesterday that kind of redeemed them. They were able to get a chicken dinner, but then immediately followed it with a 15th place and a 0-point game. It's good to see that they are stepping back up, and quite a few times now they've been in these later circles today. But it's a little bit too little too late to claim that top spot. Luckily for them, though, of course, there is that PMGC points qualification spot that at the moment they sit in and will hold, unless RCB get, I think it's like 100 points or more than Virtus Pro in these finals alone. Team Spirit, they put up 11 points, and they do not want to let that top spot slip. Brute Force, Twisted Minds, still pursuing it, but this is a great result for Team Spirit.
Yeah, it's a good result for Team Spirit. I mean, they continue to keep up towards that top side. $55,000 is a lot of money, and Team Spirit will be very happy to pick that one up. It's nice to see as well that they're a team that has the luxury of having 2 options to make it through PMGC, yet still making a massive statement here in the finals, John.
I mean, they've got 3, right? Because they got the PMGC Europe points. Then if they didn't get that, they would then get the PMGC overall points. And then a first place here would see them qualified anyway. Obviously, the priority goes to that Europe spot. But you're right. It's great to see that they're not letting themselves rest on their own laurels. Damage graph here. Where is Virtus Pro? Oh, right down at the bottom there. With 4 eliminations, 899 damage done. RCB doing some heavy lifting.
Yeah, very much so. I think for RCB, they were very, very good in the game. Another 10-point match for them. A second place as well. I think that they'll be pleased with that one, John. This is good for them overall. and getting further up the lobby. Because again, what we are looking at for RCB right now, 7th place, 112 points, do get ahead of Na'Vi. They're just trying to secure that spot through the PMGC. But Team Spirit is a close fight right now between them and Twisted Minds.
Yeah, RCB in 7th place right now, so ahead of Na'Vi by just the one spot. That pushes Na'Vi into the danger zone right now. As it stands, 8th place is the bubble, if I'm not mistaken. Top 6, but then you've got Team Spirit and Brute Force featuring on this top side, which means that, yeah, Na'Vi are now on the bubble into that position of danger. 111. And RCB 1 point ahead of them. So 111. IWNRX, remember, they already have that Turkey qualification spot. So Virtus Pro, they already have the overall spot locked in a little bit. And Fireflux next behind. So 111 to 87 is the difference between qualification or not for Fireflux here. Teams are starting to fall behind. S2G even 11 points further away from that.
Yeah, I mean, for S2G, it's a real struggle. It's a real struggle. And I think for S2G, it's getting worse and worse. As we get further and further through this finals. Let's take a look at our milestones though, because it's only getting better for you guys at home. For concurrent viewership, we will be getting 5 sets of rewards: an Infinix in-game GT t-shirt and parachute, Xbuds 3 loop, Infinix Hot 50, Infinix GT 20 Pro with that 140,000 viewer mark, and an Infinix GT 20 Pro and Watch 3 plus 190,000. So a lot up for grabs here just for watching the tournament.
Yeah, and of course you will need to head over to Esports PUBG MEU, comment hashtag outplay the rest if you want to be in with a chance of winning these prizes. That is hashtag outplay the rest, as we are going to be heading over to a short break before we enter into the final stretch. We've got 3 more matches to play today, Blank. 3 more matches for our teams to earn their qualification spot at PMGC, but it's starting to look a little bit less hopeful for teams like Fireflux and further down. 3 matches more. We'll see if they can do it. See you in a few. both RCB and Virtus Pro seemingly eating their Weetabix this morning because they have turned things around somewhat. Team Spirit looking to defend their position and unleash the beast with Monster Energy at monsterenergy.com/gaming. They're checking it out, and so should you, because it has been a really closely fought day, and it continues to be so for all spots on the table. However, those PMGC bubble spots are starting to get difficult to change.
This is the first time I think I've seen Naomi smile in quite some time, I would say. So that was pleasing to see. Twisted Minds a little bit behind them. Team Spirit still just hold onto their top spot. Just. They're clinging on.
It's very tenuous at best. 149 to 142 on Twisted Minds. Brute Force on 131, so they are now 18 points behind first place. But we know they've got it in their arsenal, in their repertoire, to be able to just jump on up there and potentially jump all the way to PMGC with it as well, because that is what they want to do. And it's what you guys should want to do with the 40% early bird discount on the tickets for the PMGC 2024 finals. You can grab a ticket and get on your way, get on the merry road to London later on this year. It would be very exciting to see you guys there and to see our teams as well, taking on the best of the rest of the world.
Here's our trophy. One team will be leaving with this. The PUBG Mobile Super League EMEA. As we head into our fourth game of the day, we're halfway through, 3 matches to go, and we're starting here on Wrangle. GT20 Pro outplay the rest, but you can win the few prizes that we'll be giving out over the course of this finals.
Absolutely, we've been talking about them. Viewership milestones, keeping track of how many GT20s you've seen over the course of this entire finals, all 3 days put together. Head on to Instagram to make sure you get in with your chance to win one. Lipovka on the east of our plane path over to the west coast. Split down the middle. Not a dramatic plane path here. So, circle goes to Novo? I think so.
You think the circle's going down towards Sosnovka, do you?
Yeah, definitely a Novo circle this time.
Believe in it.
Yeah, for sure. It's 100%. Maybe going there.
I believe in it. Yes, Naya, S2G heading over there. Brute Force and a bit of an awkward drop up towards Kameshki. Not being able to get all the way down into Novorepnoye. Navi can drop a little bit later and go over the western bridge to get towards Sosnovka though. Which is nice and easy. Team Spirit in farm next to Twisted Minds. Our 2 top spots currently. It's an Eastern Circle, John. Unfortunately, Heroic on that drop over towards Lipovka, which is what I like to see.
The Mansion split drop going to be nice and impactful. Expect to see some competition for that Heaven compound. I know Twisted Minds have liked to go there. S2G have poked their noses in. But other teams could get there first. I mean, it's very realistic for a team like Brute Force to be able to find their way in there on that north side. The Mansion area, a lot of open ground, a lot of discrete stronghold positions in OP dip near Fireflux right now. The compound that sits up to the northeast side of it as well. Navigating those prison hills, all of it in play here, as well as the Yas fields.
Yeah, it's always an interesting position this side of the map. It could go somewhere where it's very urban heavy. Similarly, it could head on over towards an area of the map which is very open, which I imagine a couple of these players would not like to see.
No hot drops.
At our map. Yeah, no hot drops. I don't think anyone wants to ruin their chances, especially when there's 10 potential slots available here. It's not a case where you have to min-max on a hot drop to ensure that you're able to get up. You just need a couple of good games. Looking at the current point standings with Fireflux on 87, they'd have to jump up towards 103 and plus to get over towards into that top 10 to make it through.
Yeah, it's really rough going now for VP and IWNRX. It's not the end of the world if they don't ladder up. They already have those spots, but RCB have been climbing these tables and they have been pulling up the ladder behind them with that metric. Now for Fireflux to try and achieve the next team on the tables that is not qualified. S2G, Power, Heroic, maybe, but they've got 3 matches to put a massive dent in this. And I think for Falcons and Trovo, it's almost definitely too late now. I said at the start of the day, sure, you might be able to do it with the 5 games that you've got remaining. Sure, you might be able to do it with the 4 games you've got remaining. Up to 3, I don't think so. I think this is where I'm calling the curtain on those bottom 2 teams.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with you. It's becoming a little too late for them in the day. The sun's setting on them now. They'd have to explode out from those bottom positions. They would need a couple of chicken dinners, essentially. And for Heroic, this is technically a decent start, you know, towards the POV cut. But it would have to be a 20-point game. I think you get towards that last match and you require 20-25 points. That is a tall task, which happens not very frequently at all. We have seen it, but those are a lot of the times big old flukes.
It also relies on Na'Vi and RCB also not having games in these next 3. To be able to put a dent in, I mean, so for Heroic specifically, for instance, there's 41 points difference between them and the bubble position. So even if they get 20 points, if Na'Vi and RCB are able to get 5, 6, then they're still a massive amount behind. They're still a big chicken dinner behind, even if they're able to get 20 points on this match. So it's really, really rough going, and Heroic may be joining the bottom 2 in fully taking the back seat here, which is disappointing. I feel like Heroic, they were very dynamic, and it's something that I think you highlighted quite interestingly, how back in the league stages they were finding these opportunities that teams aren't giving them here in the finals. Perhaps that's the adjustment that you see when you see teams and you talk about teams hiding strategy to get further into the tournament and have a better impact later on.
Yeah, because again, the finals is where that big chunk of the prize pool is, technically. So you don't want to show off too much. You want a much more even game. So a lot of times where you're allowing those third parties to come through to push up your league ranking points a little bit more. You can get a little bit more risky with it because it's not a massive differential as we saw coming into this one. Most teams are around about 18 to 25 points, and it's those 7 points that was the big difference. So you can risk a little bit in the league stage. In the finals, not so much. You want in clean cut games.
Which is why we're seeing some differences in a few of our teams. Obviously, most notably Brute Force, with their split edge sweep style coming back into play, which is good to see. And it served them well. RCB transitioning away from Roshok. 77 will fill in behind them. RCB on the east side of the Yaz Fields, fairly close to the center. SUG playing that Heaven compound. So we're on board with Zeus right now, who are far out to the west, moving around Everest in the foothills as Maniac. Ooh, that's not the best time. A couple of teams close by. You've got Power and Trovo, both quite near this position. Fortunately, none of them were looking at that, even if we were.
Yeah, we saw it. No one else did, so it's fine. It's okay. 77, they have vehicles. They're good to go. They're on the western side of the circle here. We're waiting to get into stage 2 shortly. About a minute and a half. And again, this is kind of just a waiting game for a lot of teams. Scouting over towards that top side. 77 is likely going to be sat still quite a while. Brute Force looks to head a little bit further in. Get a compound at least. Definite position just in case it heads over towards that northern side. But yeah, likely this team will have to move.
Brute Force dropping one off on the coastline. Trying to keep control, and Falcons out to their west that they're wary of. This definitely is a symbol that they want to keep that edge style. They are not going to be sending into the center. Expect to see them slowly marching in from the northeast side. Trovo 2030. Over by South George, just about leaving now. And they're getting on the road again to make their way eastward. Interesting decision to go north of the river. You can wrap around the Yaz Lake, potentially come in to the east side of Yasnaya, push in on the north edge, or get across to the west of Yaz Fields and try and send in behind teams like 77. Na'Vi, they've yet to cross from the military island. They're looking to mount up that approach now.
Yeah, because it's kind of on the edge there as too. There's not a lot of teams that were opting to go for a camp on that side of things. Instead, a little bit more willing to allow Na'Vi to head on through. We do head down towards that south side, which is good news for Na'Vi. Because he can pick up one of these positions, maybe down towards Milta or one of the coastal compounds.
Yeah, no one holding that bridge crossing. And as soon as they figure that out, they're going to send through as fast as they can, get towards the compounds around that bridge mouth. The shelter position right now, nice and powerful. A lot of hills between the lumberyard position where Twisted Minds currently sit, all the way over to Potato Hill, where Power and Zeus are currently moving around, trying to find their sanctuary. A dip that sits in the middle as well. Farm itself, so Team Spirit potential for this game.
We've had some interesting word, John. And I am currently having a look at it. Because qualification may be curious.
Interesting. I think that's as we expected. I think that
No.
that's completely different to what I expected. So we're gonna query that during
Yeah.
the break.
Yes, we are.
That's a very interesting, completely different to what we were expecting. So I'm going to refocus on this. I'm going to assume that what we've been going with is correct, and then during the break, I will go back through the rule set, I suppose, to see what is going on. Because we've got some discussion as to whether the teams that we think are qualified, or if it's going to be different teams qualifying. Let's wait and see. Don't think about it too much, because we're going to get preoccupied with this. And we need to focus on this game, because it's important, especially when RCB are in a fairly central circle, to maybe keep pushing up those tables when you've got an opportunity for Fireflux as well, in a central position, to try and close that gap between them and Na'Vi.
So, yeah. That's curious. Anyway. So this is...
Look at the game.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It kind of just sends everything skew-if.
Yeah. I'm going to assume that what we've been talking about on stream is correct until... That's kind of wild, because it completely changes everything. If this set of teams that we've just been told about is actually the qualification. Basically, what we've been told here is that it's potentially not this finals for the placements that matter. It's the top teams in PMGC points that may matter.
Yeah.
Which is obviously over all seasons. So we'll have to wait and see what's going on here. Either way, we're going to be on board with RCB, who have been on a little bit of a tear today. They have had an increase in pace, and they have seen themselves towards the top spots. Another find over towards Lutz. Catch. It's the next to fall. This is a great way for RCB to continue rolling that ladder up behind them as they start to climb the tables. Picking up 2 points already. Fireflux, divert, and fall short.
Yeah, Fireflux will head over towards that northeast side. And Falcons coming through from Mansion right now. Got Heroic down towards our southeast. I feel bad for Heroic. Because I suppose... Yeah. I do need to address this, because it is a case of, if you didn't play in spring, then you had no hope to get into PMGC. essentially, is how this is working. Because you simply wouldn't have had the PMGC points to do it.
Sorry,
No, that's okay.
I'm trying to address it as well. So we'll see. As I said, I'm just going to assume that what we've been saying is right, and then we'll figure it out during the break, as things are still unfolding here. Falcons, Trovo 2030 on this northern side. Trying to move past one another. Falcons do get the res. Ragnarok behind the rock. And the spray down towards Ali, but not going to connect. Spark and Ragnar keeping him nice and safe and crossing paths here. 2 players from the Falcons down. No, wait, it's 1 apiece. They both go boom. Salom trying to hold behind the vehicle. Can't keep his teammate alive. Marcelo falls next, and Falcons handle the fight. Ali goes down.
Ali just... We apologize.
Yeah.
For the flabbergasted that there's a GT20 Pro. So
you could win one for free.
You could win one. Someone gets rolled down on his RCB, rocks up.
Well, the great third-party flex out from RCB to move into this fight, to hear this unfolding. Zeus had a similar idea, but they don't quite come out as profitable. However, that might change, as the rest of Falcons are still on the menu. Spray down from Eren, not needed. The rest of Zeus are there to play, and now Azel can flex back to the rest of the team for RCB, who have put 3 points up on the board.
Twisted Minds going down to Team Spirit. One shot comes through, another of us was Jafar. Goodness me, Team Spirit's taking the fight with a lot of different squads right now, as Heroic will find at least one over towards Nomi. They hold their ground.
In fact, Molotovs them in. Keeps them penned through. Will the fire spread that far? I don't think so. I think it went just a little bit over. In the meantime, Heroic having the roll up on the flank. On the offside, Na'Vi want to chime in on the southeast side. Team Spirit try to hold on with 2. And on every angle, they're taking fights. Twisted Minds look to try and poke their noses in as well from this east side. It's really starting to heat up here, even into stage 4. And Nate at the top floor doesn't connect. And Matic, once again, seems like he's got bomb-proof armor on today. Will not fall to the first, but maybe the second, as Walsh looks to post it. In, over the top. Not going to connect.
Team Spirit down to 2 here. Unfortunate stuff. Brute Force similarly down to just a 1, but I think maybe Brute Force should be able to get their players up. Not if 77 keeps harassing them like that. Power is the angelic hand that helps out Team Spirit.
Twisted Minds trying to move up now. 2 players remaining for Team Spirit. This is Twisted Minds' chance to have an impact, to jump up towards the top of the tables, and this is how you do it. First, take down Team Spirit. Next, accelerate into this game. If they can pick up their pace, they've got 3 eliminations now on the board. All 4 of their players alive. A very solid chance in here. An over angle from El Hadji there, as he's flexing out for power. A long split on them. 77. They're taking a heavy punishment at the hands of Zeus.
77 down to just the 1 player as Zeus goes in to finish off his buddy. To pick up Rita Zadira. Eyes on. Has the angle, but no LOS to make it happen. Them being behind the vehicle into stage 5 now. Shortly, at least. Power towards the center of things. Most of our teams down towards the bottom side of the lobby have gone out rather early here, though, John. RCB, though, continue on their streak upwards.
I think the Galaxy as well, doing a lot of work over towards Zeus, who has started to wane in the latter half of today. A force to be reckoned with over the course of these finals, but they have not been able to keep up the pace now. 2 matches left to go for them as they are eliminated from this one. On the south side of the circle, it looks like Na'Vi are trying to create opportunity for themselves with the 2 players they've got remaining. Virtus Pro with 4. I feel like have one of the better spots, but Power as well. Very central on this.
Enigma Galaxy heading in on that north side. There's a team that fell off a little bit, but not too much. Still 122 points with 2 elims in the bag already. In 6th place. This is a team that needs to try very hard, though. At least if what we think is true about qualifications, they need to be towards the top of the table.
I mean, going up the table, never a bad thing.
Going up the table, good for money. We will get confirmation soon, I imagine.
It's an interesting one. It's an interesting one for sure. So we'll see how that pans out. RCB rolling across, getting their approach to IWNRX. It's their major move that they need to make. The spray down from Kain can't connect, then they've allowed them in. The door's been flung open. But can IWNRX hold the breach now? Because Loxy is launching nades forward. Swain is isolated, can't make this step in. The player at the back line for RCB as well, keeping them safe. But Zell in danger now to a nade. Could go down, could get knocked, but stays alive. And the shot from Silas, that's exactly what you need from your off angle to push Swain back. The nade gets the flush. There is a knock in response, but that's Resable. And IWNRX, they're getting rebuffed here. 3 players alive. They found the knock and they want to try and convert. They want to try and capitalize. They regroup. They move back in. The backline needs to get picked up. And RCB may be getting peppered down, but again, they're allowed to cross the open ground unchallenged.
Again, this is something that RCB is very good at, which is scrapping in the front lines. And the guy that does that the most certainly is Loxy, but his teammate is fading around him in this moment with a backstab from Enigma Galaxy.
They careen on in from the western side, and who's this? Come to party. Twisted Minds want a piece of the action. In they go. In their pursuit of ascension to that first place spot to be champions here at EMEA. They go for the fight, and the nades will lead in for them. Enigma Galaxy may just clash with them over the heads of RCB, but RCB ducked out of this. And now, the teams, what once was, lays in ruins between them. And a disengage from either side. That is cruel.
That is very, very cruel. Over towards the northwest, it's Enigma Galaxy. Snowix, Redux, and Ralph and Narvalo. All on their shot to get further up the top side. I believe we do have confirmation that what we were going by was correct. So it will be the top 6 teams from finals, excluding 4 teams will be qualifying through the overall winner of PMGC points, which at this rate will be Team Spirit, and then 3 from the respective regions of Turkey, EMEA, as well as Europe. At present, that is Virtus Pro, as well as Brute Force, and I believe
IWNRX.
it should be IWNRX, yes.
RCB is their next closest contender, but they're behind on the PMGC points by about 100, and they definitely have not got that margin on this lobby. As in, they were behind by about 100 at the start of the finals.
Yeah.
Definitely not going to be possible for RCB to contest that for the Turkish region.
Right now, you can consider everyone from 1st through to 10th qualified, including those 4 teams we just mentioned. So right now, it'd be Fireflux, Power, S2G, Heroic, and Falcons, as well as Trovo 2030 not having a shot towards PMGC unless they turn things around, but it's looking more and more unlikely by the minute. The big storyline for us here, though, is the battle for first place between Twisted Minds and Team Spirit. Team Spirit, who has been a strong contender throughout the entirety of the tournament so far, and Twisted Minds, who have turned on that mind of theirs coming into finals.
A team that has really developed over the course of this tournament as well, Blank, and their maturation has been something to behold. We've seen them adapt because all 4 of them coming into this one were high-fragging entities within their previous rosters. So you put them together, stuff has to change. And it definitely has. They have been brewing this one for a while. And now the aging process has finally come to fruition for them. I have no doubt in my mind that we're seeing them at PMGC, but the question for me is, how will they take on the World Lobby?
Because it's not going to be just as easy as turning up to a finals and doing well over 3 days. You're going to have to be pretty tight all the way through on the gameplay, on the mechanics, on the rotations, on those tactics. Virtus.pro over towards the western side, seeing themselves a little resurgence into these games. It looked very bad for them. I think they were 15th place at the start of the day, maybe 14th.
A real change of tune, and that's what pressure will do to you. As Jason Kaplan likes to say, pressure makes diamonds. Looking for and flip with a diamond shot over towards Doran. Not a scratch on it. Looking for the spray down, but can't quite connect the flush.
Twisted Minds chasing that title like the diamond dogs that they are. Circle goes central. Not really benefiting too many teams at all. Virtus.pro, Enigma Galaxy, as well as Power will have to conclude this Northwest engagement. At some point, Nice Nade will knock Lord from Na'Vi. They're forced to come back for him. This is awkward for Twisted Minds, in fact.
Yeah, they should be able to get this res here. They've backed Na'Vi off. Utilizing some of these nades. Now, the positions in this circle really kind of weird. You can see everybody's littered around the edge flank. It's very hard to make head and tail of this. The downhill slope that sits towards farm is so open, and it's forcing these teams to go for this situation that it's really not favorable. Rob's going down on the back line for Twisted Minds is really bad for them. They're going to have to reposition, and the zone is closing already.
I mean, the fact that Flip and Axe have been able to hold out this 4-man squad from down the hill as just a 2-man is pretty damn impressive. Flip keeps stepping up with some sick sprays on his side of things. There have been some good nades equally coming through from Twisted Minds, but not quite enough to keep Na'Vi at bay.
Not quite indeed. Enigma Galaxy, with their focus out to the west, as soon as Power either go down or disengage from that, Enigma Galaxy can put a lot of pressure onto this Twisted Minds position as well. So much of the focus is sent downhill towards an RV because they've been allowed to do that. If Enigma Galaxy turn their attention out this way, things change, and all of a sudden Na'Vi have excellent opportunity to find cheeky little shots on through, but they might have it now, because Lord rolls on in with his teammate in tow as well, looking for the spray down, and they don't even take a knock. This is a huge pickup coming through for Twisted Minds, but look at the open ground they've got to cover. That is why all of our teams are sat there, up on this edge of the circle. As Enigma Galaxy tried to move in, Power take the shots out.
Yeah, I respect that from Enigma Galaxy, and it instantaneously rotate over towards Twisted Minds, who lose 2 players in the process. But it will be, in fact, Virtus.pro to pick up those eliminations. More sending over towards their kill count over here. 8 eliminations so far.
Twisted Minds layering the shots down towards Virtus.pro. Twisted Minds at this point, they should have done enough to jump up on placements over Team Spirit, but not by much. It's still going to be neck and neck. Brute Force, currently on this match, they were only able to get 1 point. So they are definitely not going to be keeping up the pace here. And into the final 2 matches, it will be Twisted Minds and Team Spirit duking it out. But how much of a lead can Twisted Minds earn here? With 2 of their players, they have to face off against Virtus.pro 4, but Twisted Minds in this circle, Virtus.pro not so lucky.
Enigma Galaxy close over towards Twisted Minds, but are not coming through from them. Coops doing a good job to keep Virtus.pro at bay as they're forced further in towards the circle. Malai allowed us to the tree without really any contest.
Could be a really important move for Virtus.pro to have made. As they burn out the vehicle, Coop's just waiting for Bishke to peek, daring him. Knows he's fully covered on that left lean. So just biding his time. Lord, the most forward player into the circle right now. Malloy a close second, which puts Enigma Galaxy distinctly on the back foot behind their tree.
Yeah, the massive thing going for Enigma Galaxy at the moment is just high ground. That's it. That's all they have. Potentially, this loot crate in front of them they can play off the back of. Molotovs go out. Smart placement from Virtus Pro. So that's probably the most dangerous spot for them to be. And that smoke actually allows Coops to get up. And Bishke does not peek.
It's really nasty. Coops laying down on the floor and sat down by Bishke. Gets really bold, was daring him to peek, and challenge accepted there. Can he move in for the flush? Because the rest of Virtus Pro are taking a hiding from Narvalo. There's that crate that you were talking about. He's covered off from Bishke. And the rest of Virtus Pro going to really struggle to move in. That flush over onto Narvalo, or sorry, just the knock in response, may keep them safe, but Redox is there. And the re-knock as well. A spray down to Bishke on the low ground. Icy's down. And Twisted Minds pairing off with Enigma Galaxy up the hill to take out Virtus Pro. But there's only one knock seen in. 2 knocks now, and Koa moves forwards with Icy to come on through. Lord trying to dash across, hits the tech just in time, but steps back up into the spray. And Virtus Pro keep it together. Enigma Galaxy, Twisted Minds, not enough to take him down.
Yeah, 2 teams, handshake, and you can see this. They are incredibly happy. Virtus Pro on a ridiculous number of chicken dinners today. They're all just gone. Where are they?
They're out of there. Faster than a speeding bullet. 12 eliminations. And it is great to see them back. We've seen them on this screen now multiple times today, and it is just about time for it.
Yeah, I mean, for Virtus Pro, it has been multiple chicken dinners today, multiple good games. It was looking a lot more how we've seen it over towards week 3. It's just taken them a little while to get the engines revving again, it seems.
Yeah, they were able to get the chicken dinner on Sanhok, and now they put the back-to-back up onto the tables, which is good to see. That is their 3rd chicken dinner, and this time with a lot more positional fighting style for them. RV did a lot of work during that match as well. I mean, you mentioned it, right? Taking a lot out of Twisted Minds. It was rough stuff for the final move. Was Virtus Pros to make, and they're able to land checkmate onto the rest of the lobby here. 22 points, 14 for Twisted Minds, and 12 for Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, I think for Virtus Pro there, the reason they're so happy is because that seriously was basically a 4v4. Because Twisted Minds and Enigma Galaxy were not looking at each other. Technically, they had the better positioning if they were a full 4-man squad, which is what they were acting like. And yet, Virtus Pro is able to come out victorious in the end. Really, really difficult fight for them to take. And you've got to be happy coming off the back of that one. And Virtus Pro, who were so far down the dumps to make such an incredible ascendancy towards the top side of the lobby, it's almost unheard of in a final day.
It is. There's been so much chopping and changing here in this final day. Teams have really turned up their pace. And it's been so interesting to watch how this lobby develops. It really does feel like teams were hiding strategies for the longest time in league stage, right? Because this is just a completely different lobby, basically, at this stage. And it's very rare that I will sort of, not necessarily like accept that teams like to hide strategies, but it seems like it's fairly evident here that teams have been sitting on something. And it is now coming home to roost. So we'll see if they've got anything more for us in these last 2 matches as we take a look at our damage numbers.
Yeah, 2,305 for Virtus Pro. Very nicely done. Similar round for Twisted Minds as well as Enigma Galaxy. Just a short step down for each of these teams. RC Bra get themselves 6 eliminations, 1,302 points. It hasn't been as insane as Virtus Pro's turn of events, but I think for RCP, they have showed up where it matters. And here is the match report with Koa getting 894 damage done.
Great stuff. Bishke with 5 eliminations as well. So both tagging in and out of this lobby. Coming up next is Miramar, and that will be an interesting approach. I mean, Virtus Pro, they've done very well there, and coming off a back-to-back chicken dinner, I feel like we could be in for another treat from them. Let's take a look at our overall rankings. Twisted Minds going into the final 2 matches, 5 points ahead of Team Spirit, only just out in front. They would win a tiebreaker should it come down to it, unless Team Spirit are able to get another chicken dinner. Big Galaxy up into 3rd, tied with Zeus, and of course that chicken dinner tiebreaker coming through for them in that tiebreak. Brute Force down in 5th now.
Yeah, I think the biggest one here is Virtus Pro up to 7th place, 120 points, actually outpacing RCB. But them being in the top 10 means that the qualification spot drops down into 10th, which we'll see on our second page here, just underneath who has been able to pick up that spot. And currently it is...
So Na'Vi get the last spot because
Na'Vi,
IWNRX
yeah. It would be Na'Vi.
Already qualified, yeah.
88 points for Fireflux. And again, it does really feel like there's a big difference between the bottom 6 and the top 10 right now. 88 points for Fireflux. And it just drops down. For Power, I think it's one of the few teams down here, maybe them and Heroic, though I'd like to see jump up the tables.
Yeah, absolutely. It would be great if they could make it, but they do not have many opportunities left. And there aren't that many opportunities left for you guys to hit these milestones as well, because you are definitely going to want to pay attention to this, because we've got exciting milestone activities for all viewers during the PMSL EMEA Grand Finals, powered by Infinix. Keep watching the stream closely, because we're unlocking 5 tiers of prizes for the most dedicated fans. The longer you stay tuned, the better your chances are to win. So each milestone you reach unlocks a higher tier of prize. Head over to Instagram and check out Esports pubgm EU. Make sure that you comment #OutplayTheRest. That is #OutplayTheRest. And you can be one of the lucky ones to walk away with one of these glamorous prizes. Keep watching the stream to unlock all the great rewards powered by Infinix.
Very, very well done if we do hit that 190,000, but it is just prizes for you lucky folk at home. In the meantime, we'll be heading over towards Miramar next, our penultimate map before we crown our victors of the finals here, the PMSL EMEA. So stay tuned. We'll be back shortly. See you there.
Ruxa, ruxa, pega da direita.
Bora, bora, bora.
Pega da direita. Sempre a mesma desculpa. Já chega. Chega disso, chega. This is how we train, and you know this story. Anyone can be the one. We know it, you know it. Play ultimate Royale. We are waiting for you.
With 2 more matches left to play, it's seemingly a 2-horse race for the top spot between Twisted Minds and Team Spirit. Both teams vying for that spot, but there is always the dark horse of brute force, the comeback kids. Can they mount their resurgence in the last 2 matches today?
Yeah, of course, dark horse, brute force. Here again, looking to potentially put us more points. Nick of the Galaxy on your screens, almost had a good run of it.
Not quite able to get towards the top, though. They are pretty close to brute force, though, after that last match. And if they want to win it out, they're going to have to keep going at pace. And if you guys want to win an Infinix GT20 Pro, well, you don't have to go at pace. Instead, you need to go over to Esports PubgM EU on Instagram for your shot at winning a GT20 Pro. The way you do that, well, that's by counting up the appearances of the Infinix GT20 Pro banner on the left-hand side of the screen that appears during matches, and commenting how many have appeared over the last 3 days of games. There are still 2 more matches left to play, which means that there could be more still to come. And if you've got what you think is the correct count, make sure you head over there and comment over on Instagram what you think your guess is.
Because it could be anything. It could be anything. And anything can happen in these past next 2 matches. Various pros already shown us that it's never too late in these games. Down towards the bottom side of the lobby, looking to send it even higher as we head over to Miramar, heading from the western side of El Pozzo down to Porto Paraiso. You can play with the GT20 Pro and outplay the rest, just like all of our teams and players here at PMSL EMEA, using that wonderful phone to take on the rest of the lobby.
Plane path. Would it be a Miramar plane path to close us down here at the PMSL EMEA, our final time over the desert? if it didn't go a little bit to the south. Go on, give us an Impala, sir. Over to near La Bendita. Why not? I haven't been there in a while. You know what I miss? Crater Fields finishes, you know? Haven't had one of them in ages.
Yeah, Crater Field is always fun for everyone.
By
just
everyone, you
kidding.
mean the team on the high ground.
Yeah, just kidding. One team. And even the team on the high ground doesn't really have a lot of fun either because they are constantly stuck up there. Up towards the north side, it is Navi heading towards La Cobreria. And Virtus Pro getting out down towards Puerto Paraíso. Team Spirits on that run for the first place, and we get a hell of a circle up towards that northeast side, towards Cruz de Valle.
It's going to put us to the east of La Cobreria. Torre Hamada up on the north side of it as well. Interesting. This is going to be quite the migration from the southwest side. A lot of teams going to need to find their way, muddle it in through the middle of the map. I wouldn't be too surprised to see quite a lot of teams opting to go for those side rotates, right? Up that west road, up that east road, try and move in from those edges, try and get to the other side of that circle, fairly short order. So potentially for a team like Trovo 2030, they could move up towards El Azahar, try and get towards Cruz de Valle even, and then play from that northeast side.
Enigma Galaxy down towards the south. Pretty clumped up, actually. It's quite a few of our teams. 77 Power and Enigma Galaxy all in a similar location. All will have the same rotate over towards that north side as well. So it will be pretty rough. A lot of our teams will be getting into traffic jams pretty soon-ish. RV's probably got the easiest end of it over towards La Cobreria. Clean shot out towards that eastern side. If we take a look at our current point standings, 5 points ahead is Twisted Minds, ahead of Team Spirit. Realistically, over these last two matches, they are sort of the only two teams battling out for this first place position. Unless something crazy happens between Zeus Esports, Enigma Galaxy, or Brute Force, but only one of those teams could send towards the top side. We'll have to have two fantastic games twice in a row, so it makes it even more unlikely.
You've got 77 there as well, on 131. So whilst it is a little bit of a stretch, there is obviously always opportunity. And I mean, these are four very strong teams, right? And the probability of one team having a great game twice in a row, sure. The probability when you're looking at four strong teams, well, all of a sudden that's got to be a little bit nerve-wracking for teams like Team Spirit, like Twisted Minds. Team Spirit have a long way to go on this map. Twisted Minds kind of embroiled around the southwest side of this circle. They don't have the opportunity to play out of this for a long time. They are going to have to get stuck in and defend their territory. So a lot of fighting for them, which could play in their favor. If they're able to win out those fights frequently and successfully, they can add up a lot of elimination points.
RCB nice and central over towards water treatment. It is Twisted Minds with the better position in the circle right now compared to Team Spirit. Actually getting far into the circle over towards water treatment pretty quickly as well, John. I think that, honestly, at this point, though, we have kind of locked in our bottom six. With the way they've been currently playing as well, Fireflux just not able to find the results they're looking for. This would be bad for Twisted Minds, though. As Robs is spotted on the rotate, he's going as fast as he can, razzing it through the desert. Painkillers in, he's low HP, one more shot would see him out.
Kicking up the dust, trying to employ the smoke screen, and he makes it to the wall. Twisted Minds at a pivotal juncture. That bar on the right-hand side, no, that's not gone. It's just Robs. He's super low right now. And immediately pop him over with that first aid, top him back up because he needs it. Goodness me. Nerve-wracking for Twisted Minds. If you lose Robs out in the open, he's done for. You're playing as 3.
And I mean, for Robs, he has actually been quite the contender for Twisted Minds throughout the entirety of this tournament, as is usual. But losing him would have been really bad. Luckily, he's able to get away. Very pivotal moment here in our Miramar. Falcons. Attempting to get a decent finish here, but unlikely. It's so sad as well, considering their improvement over the league stage. Unable now to make it here.
Yeah, with 2 matches to go, 67 points when they'd have to get all the way up to 114. It's just not happening. That's 50. What is that? 50? No, not quite. 50, like 45, I think, something like that. A lot, a little bit less. Yeah, so somewhere in the mid 40s of points over 2 matches to get improved over Na'Vi. So a very, very difficult approach for them and bordering on impossible. Team Spirit, though, plenty of possibilities for them as they make their way to the east side of the La Bendita crater, moving in behind Power right now and going into the east side of this circle. S2G over to RCB, who have been on a bit of a tear today, but Izel going down, who has been one of their most effective players over the last 5 matches, Blank. Goes down early. Real bad pickup there for RCB.
As well as Loxy falling, another pivotal player for RCB. Incredibly rough. Might just be able to pick him back up again, which is good news for RCB. Very much slow game so far as teams have all had to migrate over towards that northern side. Team Spirit making a mad dash on the southeast alongside with Power and Falcons. Barrett looks slightly ahead.
Ooh, Silas maybe next to go down. S2G can't quite find the full knock there, but the vehicle taking heavy punishments. Luckily there's an off angle. Marceau. Okay, I thought he was going to go back in for that peak. I thought that was a bit too bold. Didn't really like it, but he thought better of it. Nicely found. Silas still taking damage across the way, but he'll be safe for the time being. See how long that lasts.
Team Spirit making that rotate. There has been a good comeback from Team Spirit over these last 2 days. Been very pleased to see it as well. Again, it's been a while since we've seen a dominant Team Spirit, with some unfortunate moments throughout the year, honestly. But it feels like they've got back on the bike and in very good fashion too. I genuinely think that they're a very strong team. And yeah, horrible shift over towards Hacienda del Patron. And all the teams went over towards that eastern side. It's only brute force with a good position here.
Oh, and they love these splits, Blank, on the north side of the circle. This is their playground right now. See if they can catch some wind in their sails and get on up those tables as far as they can. Team Spirit, looking a little bit dodgy. Trying to get away from it. Only Matic in this buggy, and it is smoking, but he's behind the terrain, he's behind the ridgeline. He's got to fold in behind the rest of Team Spirit. Their approach from this east side is so difficult. They tried to evade the first move up to the northeast by making it out to the east side, but now they're in and amongst the piranhas, all wanting a nibble, as everybody's moving west at the same time.
Mr. Mines, nice and central though. Quick rotation from them. Heroic will find one player from S2G, and their run is looking worse and worse. RV didn't have to go too far, but they will have to play on that northern side. It's not always the easiest of rotations from that position. And Virtus Pro, honestly, they made the right rotate from where they were on the map. Heading over towards that eastern road, but that does find them now in El Azahar, one of the furthest teams from the circle.
I'm trying to do some adding up right now, Blank. 2 eliminations for Heroic. 1 elimination for S2G. Is RCB's player? He's down. Oh no, Heroic. Okay. I thought a Heroic player was down, but they did manage. They were just very, very low on HP there. I thought there were 4 players gone, but my eyes betrayed me there. Didn't quite spot that one. So it does all add up. It's squared away again. The numbers, they never lie.
Speaking to you
Navi.
out there.
Yeah, a little bit.
Navi, they get in. Again, not a bad position to be in. They do have the high ground over on that northern side, looking down towards brute force. As we're pushing in over towards stage 3 now. Virtus Pro, because so many teams cleared that space from the eastern side immediately to head over towards the west. Their angle is clear, as you can see on the map right now. Team Spirit opting for an unorthodox route though. Head over towards Torre Armada. They were directly on that south side, so they have made a strong movement. The question is, does IWNRX see this one coming? They might hear the vehicles. There could be shots ringing out. Stage 3 shift over towards that north side, and very much a good benefit for Team Spirit. But again, it's all about whether they can get through and break the IWNRX hold.
IWNRX still taking shots from that high ground. Team Spirit continue to move west. They don't want to move south towards water treatment. They're going to flank in behind Trovo 2030 and Na'Vi. I mean, I kind of like it. I think that they know that everybody's moving in from that east side. That east side is going to be much more hotly contested, so play for the west. Move out to this side, move out to this edge. Sure, you might take a full squad fight, but it's so much better than going down piecemeal.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, I think for them on this rotate, it's an awkward one because they're desperately trying to find an in here. But they should understand the fact that there are so many teams around this area. Kitsune blasted out. Great shots from Flip. He has been a monster. And Matic's immediately in. What a roll-up from him.
Oh my goodness. Straight up the cliff face and Flip is out. Na'Vi do not flex back out to get this. Team Spirit lose a player, and I said they didn't want to go down piecemeal, but they didn't really have a choice there. You can see Na'Vi across the way. Gonna leave their high ground, and Team Spirit get a little slice on the west side, which is really good for them. Na'Vi going to descend potentially into the waiting arms of Enigma Galaxy, who are just further across the way. But Enigma Galaxy, they take up this mantle.
Oh, they do. Towards this western edge. 134 points, like we said. Need a couple of really big matches here to have a shot towards the top 2. Team Spirit still looking for something, hoping the Twisted Minds goes down early. Twisted Minds honestly have a very strong position that no one's realistically going to assault too early in this game.
I think Brute Force currently with the optimal spot right now.
Yeah.
Them or RCB. RCB in a lot of danger though, exposed on the open ground. That middle position, that middle compound for Brute Force has oversight towards the north side. A lot of open ground around it, difficult to approach.
Nice nade from Effect, actually. Send over the top. Well, at least give them the information of a target. Matic went for a long outside scout. See anything he could see. It was a long shot, but it works out. Heads on back. With some info on what to do next. This compound right on the outside. Enigma Galaxy has eyes on it, but equally, Enigma Galaxy will want to move in as we head towards stage 4.
Next circle. How harsh is it going to be to us? Head southwest, and again, position for Brute Force really, really strong here, but the team's going to be moving across the road, can lay up towards that ridgeline just to their north edge. Could be troublesome for them. Power, Heroic, clashing on the east side. They are on the long side of the circle, so they need to get this one done and dusted as soon as possible. Jafar takes that to heart. Will go for one, turns his attention uphill, but Power hopping in, hopping out of the vehicles. Want to turn this one back around. Get this one cleaned up. In the meantime, RCB cleaning up over towards their side of things, over on the south side. Nades pouring back and forth. Team Spirit and Na'Vi under pressure from so many other teams.
Yeah, it's very, very tough for most of our squads on that northwest side of the map because there's not a lot of strong angles you can make your way in on from. Power's out. Heroic will dispatch them. Smokes go down from Heroic as they know they've still got a while to go. Enigma Galaxy taking a little split as Ralph sends down towards that south side. This is a hard shift down towards the southeast, so we will have a slow circle over towards that west and directly south side of this circle itself.
Team Spirit moving up to the hillside. I mean, there's the compound that sits up ahead of them that is now completely vacated. Na'Vi out, and they rock up. Nobody to stop them. A really strong position. Makes you wonder what happened to Na'Vi.
I mean, for Na'Vi, it's a frustrating one because I think that they were just slowly picked apart, and they held some strong angles. It was just that so many teams opted for that northern rotate, because it's the only one that seemed optimal, and I think they overestimated or underestimated, sorry, how many teams would be coming in from that location. Their split was just a little bit too wide. Brute Force, though, have not had to do too much at all. Can just sit still, play this game out. Like we said before, it's very open around that area, so teams looking to take the fight to Brute Force will have to go for a crash. And right now, with the amount of angles, the amount of guns that are still on the map, it's not an ideal time to go for it.
Nades from Virtus Pro to try and soften up IWNRX, but there is a response. And the health bars are looking a lot worse for Virtus Pro right now. Trovo 2030 going to suppress this ridgeline, help keep them safe for a little bit, but it's not going to work out because Frozen is there. Marcelo can't quite push them back in time for Virtus Pro to be able to get across here. A spray down from Swain is huge to be able to pick one out. May have gotten a second if he concentrated on the vehicle. It was not to be. That one spins out and instead catches the player in the dirt later on.
IWNRX on the north side of the circle. Hard rotating for them. Come down towards the south side. So many people will be looking their way. So many teams looking to hold them out. Trovo 2030 looking to make their approach now. Again, a team that just did not make the same kind of moves as Team Spirit, because I think Team Spirit makes the right decision. No matter how hard it was, no matter what it took, they knew they needed to get further into the circle, and it works out perfectly for them. They maintain presence on this compound. A really big play from them. And no one heads over towards Na'Vi's position with default. They think it's taken, but that would be a lovely spot right about now.
Let's take a look at that compound a little bit. Sure, it would be great to be in there, but there is also the ridgeline to the southwest of it, Blank. It's really quite dramatic as a ridgeline. Right now, nobody can realistically take it because of Enigma Galaxy's position. I think that for my money, Enigma Galaxy, you need to deal with Team Spirit first, transition to that ridgeline to the southwest. Maybe you push into the compound, maybe you allow everyone else on the east side to fight over it. Remains to be seen because the rest of the circle has really got the scraps to play with right now. This north side, hair-raising for IWNRX, for Trovo 2030 as well. Over it goes, the nade, the roll down, Trovo 2030. I don't think they can hold this one off. The Team Spirit are just over the way.
IWNRX take down Trovo 2030 handedly. Do take a couple of knocks though, or at least a lot of damage. They can get back up in quick time. Team Spirit will need to have some kind of effect on this, which they do, finding a shot over towards Enigma Galaxy. Furia though, wide wrap from him from the compound.
Okay, all right. Brute Force. Looking for the shots, looking for the ascension here, looking for more eliminations. Put them in the basket. Take them to the checkout. It's going to be the play zone, and 5 eliminations found. We're adding 2 more to the tally. 77 Falcons. This is southeast side. Near Hacienda. Going on in. Magnum. Last to stand. Hope down the stairs and steps right into the barrel. Not going to matter. Fancy feet. Back on in. Falcons. Can they get both of these reses? Because no one's pushing just yet. That might change, though. Ketch is scouting.
Catch from Fireflux looking to move upwards. Twisted Minds as well as RCB. Big fight. If anyone can hold this out, it is RCB. They're a strong team, at least in a 4v4. But right now, it is the 3v4 scenario for them. Shots running out towards Brute Force.
Brute Force and RCB on both your flanks. Twisted Minds, this is a test. Show you deserve it. Show what a matured team you've become. Discipline now, more important than ever. Coops lands a nade. Freezer will go down. Coops could get a little bit too bold here, so we'll see if Brute Force are able to read into this. Maybe try and move back around this headland, but it's a very difficult peak to go for. The shots, the nade, and that's stolen away. Team Spirit take that point. Oh, that's nasty.
That's good. It's good for Team Spirit. The 3 eliminations total, but Twisted Minds is not falling behind in that category either, as they are starting to sweep. It is surprising that Team Twisted Minds have been able to get towards this position, with Brute Force now going down to 3. Losing Freezer is a big deal, but eventually they're going to have to peek over this ridge side. Team Spirit looking for the last player, I believe, from IWNRX. As a circle set us up towards default from Na'Vi.
He's 18 players right now. It's crazy what he's able to do. What a threatening presence he must have to stop all of these teams from going in. Goodness me. Expect as soon as the fight on the northeast concludes, or this fight with Falcons and Fireflux to conclude, for someone to send into this one. I like Enigma Galaxy's transition over on that west side. That's what I said I wanted to see from them, moving in to take more control over the west side of that dramatic ridgeline on the south of that default compound. Ali cooking nades. No one finding each other on this southeast side engagement blank.
Yeah, I think for Enigma Galaxy, this is what's stopping Team Spirit from making that move, but they will have to at some point. Twisted Minds and Brute Force are distracted. Here's a
big nade.
nade. There's a bit of damage, but not enough. Not enough.
And Neos is found as well, going down. That's Brute Force on 2. Coops has been knocked in the meantime, but Lord is right there. They can go for this res in the longhouse. Pre-pod spotted. And Twisted Minds taking this back in their favor. The res can still come through. Furia spotted. There is the third-party presence as well. And out he goes. Furia, the survivor for Brute Force so far today. Looks like he's going to have to do it again.
And RCB, though, they spot their opportunity. Over towards this fight. Furia wandering back. Has a nade in hand. Another over towards Robs.
Nice little pickup. 5 nades on the hand. Coops there will spot that, but the nade goes out wide, confirms the flush. Loops.
4 nades.
Sorry, Coops will not be able to find it. 4 nades now. Furia drops one underneath, and Lord goes down. Doran, is he next up? I think he knows where he is. Furia still has more to play with. That's a great nade right on top of Doran, but it doesn't go through the gap there. Coops and Doran now, 2 players to handle. RCB, they take a back foot. They slow down on their approach. That reposition is spotted. Team Spirit are down. Twisted Minds, if they can stay alive here, could solidify themselves, but there is a little nasty Furia in the side, and those nades, they burn.
It has been incredible from Furia. I mean, having those nades available, Molotov could be huge. Heads towards the backside, might do some damage. Coops, though, has an angle, and he's back into cover.
Oh, he's got more healing to do, but finally Lord is back up. The Molotov back in response. That's going to really slow him down. Coops wasn't ready for it. Wasn't ready for the breakout. Now behind the single hay bale, he is spotted. Twisted Minds lose 1 to it, but they stay alive. They have 6 eliminations now, blank. They have some room to play with. The runway is there to approach default. The only player in this heavily central compound.
It's so funny that he's been able to live out here the entire time. It's incredible to say the least. Zeus on that south side. Falcons. RCB. Next circle to pop. And it's directly on top of him. If only anyone else looked to take this position.
Enigma Galaxy with 3. Still on that ridgeline. Zeus vying for it. And on the south side, they got a decent shot, but their elimination tally a little bit low to make the break that they need for both of those 2 rosters. RCB. Wild is so patient on that angle. He knows that it's likely they may go for something here, but the roll-up has to come through. If Twisted Minds go for it, they will find out that Default is on his own, but look at that shot coming through from the off angle. That is the high ground that sits beyond the compound. And it's so difficult to deal with, dastardly, as Enigma Galaxy have that little ridgeline to play around.
Twisted Minds looking to move forward.
Oh dear.
And Default will find
Default.
one. It's just Default doing some insane
Oh,
work.
no.
Nick McGalaxy find Lord. And there's likely another to fall here.
Twisted Minds, they may have taken enough ground to get themselves ahead of Team Spirit, but they are not safe by any stretch. Going to the last match, if Doran goes down here, they will be it by a hair's breadth ahead. Certainly not comfortable. But they will be in first place for now. Brute Force out of this game. Nick McGalaxy from their high ground may be able to do something. Falcons crash in to the east side of Zeus. Darkin holding a ridgeline spark here. Trying to keep his teammate safe and will do a damn good job of it for the first breach. He will see it back. Taking shots over to Eren and another found. Darkin is doing the devil's work against Zeus. But RCB crash in behind them and Team Falcons down. Zeus now continue with 2. And RCB, the transition with their own duo, will not go the way they wanted it. Silas, the last to fall. Default is still alive, Blank, in the middle of it all. He's weathering the storm.
I mean, Default, at this rate, might even have a chance of the win.
Oh, Nick McGalaxy have got in.
For Zeus, though, it's a case of getting their players back up again. As the circle forces its way in, Nick McGalaxy look to clear.
Sweeping their angle. Zeus on the high ground. Nick McGalaxy, I said this ridgeline was going to be powerful, but I didn't realize it'd be this powerful. For Nick McGalaxy, they controlled everything on the north. The shots over the top of the roof there. Look at the health bars on Zeus. Goodness me, but they do have 4 players alive. Rita wants to join his team in the red bar gang. We'll have the med kit, though. They are gearing up for the crash.
Nick McGalaxy.
I kind of want Default to step out into the open ground and try and just play in the dirt right now.
Yeah, I mean, a second place for Default would be insane. For Na'Vi, Playzone will take down Maniac as they move forward. Nate sent out. Could have maybe found something, and he keeps sending shots through. This man is bold.
See, if Default had gone out to that rock, he would be more central on the circle. This is a real tough challenge. Nick McGalaxy are on the low ground. They can't move up. They think there's more players in here. Well, they should have read into it by now that there's only a solo to deal with, and that's why they sent out this angle. They know Nick McGalaxy, many more players on side. But they're thinking, is it 2 players for Nick McGalaxy? Is it only 2 players in here? But I think they figured out he's on the roof now. But they'll play off it.
Nick McGalaxy. Yeah, Snowix. Just chilling. And it will be an extended finish here as we head into Zone 9. In our final Miramar of PMSL EMEA. With Default, one of the craziest survivalist strategies we've seen in quite some time here.
As I said before, I feel like I wanted him to get out into the desert and leave these 2 to fight over the compound. Because at stage 9, it closes central. That goes onto Zeus's corner, but it's so likely that you are able to get a second place off the back of something like that.
For Nick McGalaxy, what they don't have is the central position. And potentially looking for something else. Snowix, undecided how he wants to play this one out. A 3v4. Well, a 3v5, technically. The rotating turret on the top side of the building in Default.
Zeus is really unconcerned with dealing with it. I mean, they know that it's such a dissuading presence for Nick McGalaxy to go for these nades and shots, but that's an excellent opener here. Default just needs to stay out of it. If Nick McGalaxy lose one, if Zeus lose one, that's what he needs to be worried about. Nick McGalaxy getting caught off on the sidelines. Maniac steps out for it. Rita is down, and they needed more of a dent put in by Nick McGalaxy over towards Zeus if Default wants to come away with this one. Spray downs, keeping them up tight to the wall. Default just keeps them in this. And it's so devilish from the top rope. Default really wants more. Zeus weathering the storm beautifully, though. They've taken so much out of Nick McGalaxy. Redox moves up for the spray down, but it's not going to work out. Default ladders up into second place, and 4 players from Zeus will try and strike him down now. I think he's just going to deny this. Up he goes. Maniac for the first peak and will be successful. What a way to close it out. Na'Vi up into second place, but Zeus They were there for the full Monty, all the way to the top.
And it's so upsetting here for a lot of other teams, because if they just made that decision earlier to send directly in towards that compound, maybe it would have been a different story. But for Zeus, they look good towards the end. Aaron sighing a sigh of relief. They force this one through. But yeah, well played to Zeus here. Tearing up the map of Miramar, because it is done. I like that a lot.
Absolutely. That's what you got to think. That's a forward-facing attitude right there from Zeus. They're thinking about PMGC already, and why not? With one more map to play, it's very likely that they are in with one of those qualification spots. It's really great to see. I'm excited for it as well. A lot of dreams cut short here, Blank, but the race for first place is still very much up for grabs. Twisted Minds were in the lead, but with a chicken dinner, Zeus could have jumped up quite far here.
Yeah, they could have done. Again, for Twisted Minds, this was such a depressing fight for them. The Fury essentially keeping them locked in for an extended period of time. This fight was looking bad for Zeus as well, actually. Now that we look back on things, but they managed to drag all 4 players towards the end game. Enigma Galaxy do not take up in residence of that building, and Zeus takes their chances. 7 eliminations, 1600 damage. Not a bad game. Not a crazy game, but one which will place them higher in the rankings.
Yeah, grabbing 17 points there. Really, really important time to be able to put up a performance like that. It is so down to the wire across this lobby. They started this game, I think, on 126. No, they were in the 130s somewhere, I think. So it is going to be really close for them to jump on up towards the top of the tables. As we take a look at our match rankings, they got 17 points. They started on 134, which means that they will be up on 151, if I'm not mistaken. And that is breathing down the neck of Team Spirit and Twisted Minds.
Yeah, they're neck and neck now. And so we have three horses in this final race. Built that top spot for that chance at $55,000. And Zeus looking to finish it in style alongside with Twisted Minds. But for Team Spirit, it would be a hell of a performance to take not only the first place in PMGC points home, but also the first place in the PMSL EMEA finals.
Absolutely. You want to be going forwards as champions here. And it would be such an accolade. I think it would be a bit of a surprise for Zeus to be able to take that one down. I think it's safe to say this is a roster that before this tournament, I mean, it's basically an all-rookie roster, right? Coming through from the Turkish region. They have done so much to improve, and it is beautiful to see that sort of step up. It was Na'Vi, though, to take highest damage, highest eliminations with default in the middle. Able to do... I don't know. I don't know what he just did to the lobby, but it certainly wasn't pleasant for them.
Yeah, it was pretty humiliating. I mean, I think the teams that look back on this map, they probably won't because they don't have to play it again here in PMSL EMEA. They will be upset that they did not take that position, honestly. But yeah, absolutely insane stuff from a lot of our teams here in the penultimate match of the day. But we'll be back with the final match of PMSL coming at you over to Wrangle, who will take home $55,000 and who will be confirmed to PMGC. Only you can find out if you wait just after this break.
Checking your phone for the old me, trying to kickstart my heartbeat. You won't find me begging now. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. I got a feeling that you would come creeping, so what am I to do? You keep on leaning the walls and the ceiling keep crashing down on you. I got a feeling that you come creeping, so what am I to do? You keep on leaning the walls and the ceiling keep crashing down on you. Checking your phone for the old me, trying to kickstart my heartbeat. You won't find me begging now. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. So the next time you're lonely, checking your phone for the old me, trying to kickstart my heartbeat. You won't find me begging now.
Welcome back for the final installment of the PMSL EMEA. The last match is here, blank. We've been at it for a month now, and we are finally drawing to the end. One more chance for our teams to claim that top spot, and it is very closely fought for.
It is indeed. We have teams right at the top, all around about that 150-point margin, all looking to take on one another here in this final wrangle of the day. We've had a lot of interesting playing paths coming through. Nomi currently cleaning the glasses because he's going to need to get his sights on towards some of these other squads in the lobby. They're about to unleash the beast with Monster Energy at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming, where you can find out more about the drink that's been powering all of these teams and us here at home to make it through. Fist bumps all round for the final game of the day.
One last time. Let's get that coordination going. I hope that's not indicative of what IWNRX have got in the game. It looked pretty clean. Went a bit awry, but they locked it in at the end, and that is what you need to see. S2G, I mean, do keep your spirits up, even though S2G, frankly, underperformed and have not been able to make it towards the top. He's still hyped to be here, and that's what you like to see.
That's what you want, really. Keep that energy all the way through till the end, as we will be looking towards some of these teams going home. Fireflux low down on the side of the lobby. One last chance at a massive game. They looked great in week one, but that has slowly faded away. And guess what? It's a fresh shaven Matic coming into the final day.
Got rid of that mustache. I haven't clocked if Kitsune has either, but the last match, they definitely need to look as fresh as possible, because right now they're in second place, behind Twisted Minds, for our final journey over Wrangle here at the PMSL EMEA. For the full season, it will be from Stalba down to Sosnovka, a plain path down the middle. Let's keep it nice and fair. The tables sit thusly. Twisted Minds, first place, 164, 164 points is the top of the pack. That is the target for Team Spirit on 156, for Zeus on 151, and for Nick the Galaxy, 141, 139. It's starting to get a little bit too difficult there. Brute Force, they may be able to do it, but it's going to have to be a miracle. Beyond that, I don't think so. Down towards that 8th place, that is where the bubble will be right now, as Na'Vi on 125 sit as Guardian to the final PMGC qualification spot.
Fireflux needing essentially something like 27, 26 point game, and for the teams above them to move not at all, for just a chance. For just a chance. So I think for Fireflux it might just be the end of the road here for them. Open the car door and take a seat. They'll be going no further. Eren with 33 knockouts, Effect close behind, and Redux at 26. Three of our most outstanding players here in the finals.
Absolutely. Plain path down the middle, circle fairly central too. Does keep a little bit of the military island in. A hot drop? Okay, things are getting spicy here. They want to change it around. Power over towards Yasnaya will find themselves S2G there with them.
Nade over towards that top side, and that's the last one in the pocket here for Power. Released on Al-Haji. Zeus up towards Kameshki. Back to their roots. Enigma Galaxy over in Pachinki. All three of our teams looking to battle it out for that top spot. Along that line that sits from Miltet through to Pachinki. Zeus the outlier in third place after that game there. Up towards Kameshki. Have a slow game to start though.
The numbers at the top of this table, Blank, they are notably low. And that is the volatility that we're seeing right now. The ability for so many teams to take first place right towards the end. In general, a first place team will have higher than 10 points average per match. Twisted Minds haven't even done that when you add in their league ranking point extras. When you take that away, it looks like a 12-match lobby, like a 13-match lobby at this stage on the scoreboards, which is crazy considering this is our 18th match.
Yeah, I mean, without those league ranking points, like you say, it's less than 10-point average by far. So for a lot of our squads, just looking to get more done here, because it has been a really hard fought finals. Even with there being so many qualification spots on the line here, all the way down to 10th place, it's sort of silly just how hard these teams have tried and how competitive PMSL EMEA is truly becoming, with the best of the best being plucked from everywhere for all of our PMPLs from last year and consolidated into 16 phenomenal teams.
It has been a real pleasure to watch as this year has unfolded, with PMSL coming to EMEA and empowering these teams, bringing them to the forefront, into the spotlight. And I think every team on this table, from Twisted Minds down towards Trovo 2030, they have had that spotlight at some point or other. Even though Trovo 2030, I mean, granted, this finals has been shocking for them, and they are going to have to go away and figure out what to adjust for next season. Even they have had some great moments over the course of this last month, and I hope to see them again. Brave-faced. Let's bring it back, go for round 2.
There's a replay from S2G as they flip the car a little bit, but they get it straight back on the road again. And it is that first circle shift starting to come on through. 3 minutes from now, we'll have the first out of 9 circles to finish off this finals.
If it goes that far, and if history's anything to learn from, then certainly will be a lot of our games going the full distance here. Twisted Minds. They want this game to end as soon as possible right now, because the sooner it ends, the less likely it is that Team Spirit or Zeus or anyone else could knock them off that top spot.
Enigma Galaxy, nice and central. As our RCB, Twisted Minds moving in. With Fireflux hot on their heels, though. Moving through the landscape. Fireflux, that team with the massive outside chance. And they need to get stuck into it nice and early.
Trovo 2030. A fight on the hilltops. Battle for the bottom of the tables right now. If Trovo 2030 can win this, they could launch themselves over the Falcons. Currently 11 points behind them. 16th place to 15th place. $500 pay jump. You'll look for it, but doesn't look like it's going to be super successful there. Hope gets first blood in our final match and in this final scrap over the top of Everest. Nobody else is nearby this fight. This is a full-on 4v4 all-out brawl for the bottom. And Falcons, there is an answer that's being given back to them, saying, no thank you. You can have Marcelo, but the rest of us, over his dead body.
Falcons, lose Spark. That's about it. Trovo 2030 and Falcons looking to go out in a blaze of glory at the top of Everest. A true brawl between these squads. In the meantime, most of our teams are vying for those final placements in the center of the circle, glaring at one another, eyeing each other up, and puffing out the chest.
Ragnar around the side will get caught as Ragnarok was ready for it. Trovo 2030. 3 players. Falcons had 3, but they're now down to 2. Salem trying to push around the edge. Hope there over the top, but Salem goes down first. Spark will be low HP, and it's Trovo 2030 to be able to win out the battle for Everest. And maybe It's their last match, and maybe they're on the bottom of the tables. But there's still some life in them. There's still that spark.
One last shot at it, and they make it work. Virtus Pro heading on in after having one hell of a resurgence today. A much needed one at that too. IDVNRX down towards the south side. Will have qualified through those PMGC points. It's RCB. You really don't have too much more heavy lifting to do, but would just like to see themselves safe here.
This is an interesting circle shift. It goes down south. Na'Vi gonna have to push up the hills to the southwest of Pachinki. A major feature here. You've got a lot of fielded area on the western side as well. Heroic. This is all the way out on the east side. Zeus as well. Zeus trying to pick up some points here if they can get a convincing fight and a drop down. That would be great. Volt is out. That is the off angle for Heroic, and it's a really good early pickup onto this engagement. Kevin on the ground floor hasn't got a response just yet. Rita on the top floor as Volt gets flushed. Heroic down to 3 now. And an 8 down the stairs. A nice bouncer as Jafar on the far building. Darkin repositioning, keeping each other safe. Zeus trying to piece this fight together. Nice and methodical. A drop down and Walsh goes. Jafar still off in the far building. Watches this player get up the stairs and knows that the last player is on up there too. Now regroup comes on in. Is there a third party? Not really, unless Brute Force want to poke in from this south side, and maybe they do because Freezer's here. And this could be a way to try and turn this one around, but a lot more damage. Pours on in as Rita gets that burn down. Kevin trapped in the corner. Jafar in the far building. And Brute Force are encircling now, Blank. The Sharks are here.
Yeah, and for Zeus, this would be terrible news for them. Attempting to finish off this fight as soon as possible. Because Zeus is on the sidelines. Jafar takes a ton of damage. That Molotov won't quite keep him out, but it forces him to stay inside the building. And Nate still doesn't do the trick, though.
Oh, careful there. Darkin. Team nade, maybe. No, not quite. Kevin now on the inside with a challenge. 1v1. Won't connect the first. Neither of them will. Steps out and finds a flush. Zeus cut down to 3 players now. Kevin panicking as he can't quite find the shot. Does get the flush down as Kevin steps out from the nade, but Brute Force fully now starting to close the jaws around this. Jafar, the last player for Heroic, and Zeus's run, despite all the effort they put in, might fall short as Brute Force gonna start to tighten the noose.
Yeah, Zeus is just being held out now. A real awkward experience for them. Furia will burn out Kevin. That will be the final player going down, but only 3 now for Zeus. With 2 eliminations found, Furia up close and personal. Nate goes out, Rita takes the full brunt of it.
Lovely little pickup there. There was a knock from the play zone. I think Freezer took a shot from some direction and immediately got knocked. You can see Neos is repositioning. This is resable. Still early stages, meaning the blue zone will not be unresable. Maniac for Zeus. Will go down. And they're down to 1. They've impressed us over the course of these finals. The end of week 3 was great for them. There's a lot of potential in this team. But I fear their run here may have come to a close. They will be in with a qualification spot, and Eren, the last to stand for them. Rightly so. This guy has been a wild thing on the roster.
Yeah, Eren has played a mighty fine game for guys over on Zeus. Dropped a couple of lightning bolts in his time. That is for certain. But they'll have to bring the thunder over in PMGC. I do believe that this is not the game where they'll be finding any more a second or a third. For Brute Force, though, they could topple them off that podium. 154 points is the mark. 142 is where Brute Force is currently at, and they are hunting.
Oh, Freezer, careful. Stepping too close to Eren. There is the roll-up as well. They hunt them down, and Zeus will fall. Even gods can bleed as Zeus eliminated. 3rd place. Not locked in, because Brute Force still on the chase. So, Enigma Galaxy only 10 points behind there. And Brute Force now, with the 4 points that they've earned, a little bit more, because Zeus have got those 3 eliminations that they were able to earn from the fight.
Twisted Minds. On that north side, just the eastern side of the field, sits outside of Pachinki. RCB took up the southeast side of Pachinki itself, just around those 2 stories. And we'll play around there for now. Team Spirit down towards the warehouses. Or the longhouses, sorry. On the south side of the map. 2 teams gambling south and north now.
Such an important game for both of them. Trying to take that title. I think Twisted Minds have the worst end of the deal here. Virtus Pro with Enigma Galaxy seem to be suffering. I think Narvalo picks these up. He at least guards them out. Yeah, they're just offering them up. They'll pay tribute, a toll to get past a little bit longer into this game. The remnants of Virtus Pro move up north.
Shifu takes a hit. Lemon immediately ducks back out, trying to bait through the nade. Smoke instead goes down. That's a smart move.
Oh, I like this nade, though. A good bounce, but Shifu moves forwards. He's into it now. Lemon there. Here's the heal going through, but Shifu's in. Flip, though, the next to go in. And it will be too much for Shifu to bear. Lemon can get rezzed here, default to swing through, and Axa on the guard. Sat atop the buildings there. They can stay alive. Magnum isolated to the coast. Look at where they have to go. It's up north. This is great for Twisted Minds.
It is really good for Twisted Minds. They have a strong position. Brute Force they might have to worry about. And for Team Spirit, this game is only getting further and further away from them. Right now, around about 9 points behind.
Yeah, they started with that 8-point differential, but Twisted Minds getting that extra elimination so far. It's still all to play for, and Team Spirit's compound is still currently in the circle, even the next phase, so they do have some time to play with. Fireflux, though, if they get ahead of them, could really cause problems. RCB, Age continue against Virtus Pro. Enigma Galaxy sent them up towards Pachinki, and RCB happy to tuck those points under the belt.
RCB. Northwest side. I think they did a good job. It was looking a little bit scary for them. I think right now it's impossible for them to lose that placing up towards the top 10. Just getting a little bit further into the game for themselves. It's not a big deal. Enigma Galaxy in a rough spot, but holding their own, to be honest. Nasty nade, though, from Flip.
Lovely pick-off on the back line towards Snowix. Leaves them a little bit slowed down, but they will pick up more points as time goes on. They can fold back for this res. A lot of damage still coming through, though. That could be a bit dangerous for them. In the meantime, Power taking shots. Fidan, one of the 2 remaining players from Power. We'll find some spray downs onto the sidelines of Na'Vi, who, for the time being, seem to have done enough to solidify themselves into a qualification spot for PMGC. Even if they go down here, Fireflux to chase, they need a miracle, and these points are draining from the lobby very fast. I think at this point, it's just not possible for them. Well, it was almost impossible before. They sit right now, what is that, 128, so they'd need 40 points. Meaning they need a chicken dinner and every single other elim in this lobby.
Yeah, it'd be hard. I think when you look over towards Team Spirit right now, what they're doing on their side of the map, which is being extremely quiet, this is a method that they've employed in other finals as well, especially by Kitsune on his squads, which is to play a very quiet game on the final map of the day. And it's understandable. Try and secure that 35k. If Twisted Minds go down and they secure themselves a quiet chicken dinner with a few points, maybe they take first place, but prime time objective is to secure second. And I like that.
Brute Force. I love this. I love this for Brute Force. It's just massive split. Just the balls on this team to go for something like this. This is a big change. Okay, Twisted Minds now have to transition south. Brute Force reinforce up to the north. Look at Freezer already moving. Furia as well. He's going to open the door for the rest of Brute Force to move south. They're going to stop in front of Twisted Minds and expect them to take shots downhill. Leaving that compound for Twisted Minds going to be difficult, especially with RCB, so reluctant to leave Pachinki if they don't have to. Shots over to Fireflux, and Team Spirit are finding these angles.
Team Spirit. Because some more of these points onto Fireflux. A good chance for them. Brute Force ahead of them. Taking that heavy split that we usually see them do. Twisted Minds are forced to move out, and yeah, Team Spirit. They weren't favored in the last one, but they're certainly favored now. And it's so open in this end circle.
Zone is moving in, but they are on such the long side of it. A beautiful blow up on the vehicle, so timely. Stops the nade. Freezer trying to go in, trying to get something done, be cheeky. But an nade over from Nomi. Not quite connecting. Lux just on the inside, but he's waiting for the peak. There is still that third-party potential. A nade, and Nomi dodges the damage. Lux still with the challenge. Steps up, but immediately put back in his place as the whole of Team Spirit rock up. Effect goes down. Lux still has a chance, and Freezer's here to play, but finally they get rid of him. Effect now can get res, but it's dangerous. Brute Force, do they regroup away, or are they just going to allow Team Spirit to move on through? It looks like it's going to be the latter. And moving back up towards the north side to stop Twisted Minds.
I mean, for Brute Force, honestly, as two players, they didn't want to take that smoke, right? That was not what they wanted. They have a better chance over towards that northern side. They've got more info there. For the players down towards the south, it was more about stealing away points, but Team Spirit was having none of it. Those were 4 easy confirms for themselves. Now, Twisted Minds have to push on through RCB with off angles coming through from Brute Force as well. This might be a little bit tough for them.
A tall order. Enigma Galaxy looking to jump up into third place as well, remember. They were 10 points behind Zeus at the start of this match. They are now 7 behind with the 3 that they've been able to earn. Placements are kicking in. But the nades are raining down on their heads. As IWNRX will push them to the limit. And Na'Vi beyond them.
Right now, RCB getting 1 player shredded away from them by Brute Force does make this push a little bit easier for Twisted Minds. As those placement points start to kick in, life gets harder and harder for Team Spirit to catch up. Right now, technically on elimination points alone, they would be 5 points behind.
Ooh, Enigma Galaxy with their challenge now. IWNRX still not to suffer a knock yet. But they find an answer, and that's what they were looking for. A turnaround, able to catch the IWNRX squad lacking. And now they're up to 9 eliminations? Goodness me. Okay, Enigma Galaxy, they're making their bid for freedom.
Twisted Minds keeps.
Finds Spirit, what are they doing here?
I know they send round. I mean, they know they need more points now. They send up. They left Effect behind. In the meantime, Neos heads on through. Doran takes a knock. Onto Twisted Minds, a full-on brawl right now.
Oh dear, this could be curtains for Twisted Minds, and 2 knocks sent out their way. A lot of danger close from Wild as well. A knock over to RCB, sure, but there's still 2 players in action. Wild is there, Loxy is there as well. The Reses need to come through. They've lost Robs fully now. They cannot get him back. He's done for this tournament. 3 players from the northern side, and they're going to need to scooch on in. Team Spirit, in the meantime, recoalesced on the south side, but there's 6 teams remaining, and the placements will add up fast. Wild dodges the damage from the nade. Another smoke to keep them safe, and a long nade up top. That looks good. Could dunk Lord. Bobbles backwards up over the lib and keeps him safe.
Another Molotov to burn out the remainder of them. And Molotov sent back over towards Lord, which he might just be in. Edges to the side of it. does get himself off a first aid kit, but now the blue forces the issue. Has to move out. Prepod's got the angle down the side. The boys getting towards the vehicle, and Lord will be left behind.
He needs to hold those angles and secure their run-up as Enigma Galaxy take down Na'Vi. This is the major transition for Twisted Minds, and Doran goes down first. That is Doran going up with smoke as well. A nade over to Coops, and it is just Lord. He was not able to hold their line, and a nade over. No way he gets back up. Lord is trapped now, and Twisted Minds may fall short of the mark. Team Spirit are 4 players strong, up into top 4. Lord will fall next, and third place looks all but guaranteed as RCB are going to struggle to move.
Brute Force taking third place is insane. It will be hard to do, but I think they're close towards it. If you missed it, there was a little Infinix G20 Pro on that left side. Make sure you count them. This is our last game. Our Team Spirit a little while away.
Oh, a spray down. Freezer taken away. Enigma Galaxy looking to put pace on the board here against Brute Force, defending their tournament position. Brute Force on the back foot now, trying to find any res that they can. Neos does get sprayed, but they'll be okay. They should look for this res. They should be able to find it. Oh, maybe not. They go beyond. They do not step up for that res, and instead they're going to leave him. They're going to leave him behind, play for the back line, because there are 2 players down. They just want to secure at least one. Neos hasn't been run down just yet, but they know where he is. Get the reload on, and I'm sure he's not long for this one.
Team Spirit 7 points behind here, John, right now on the tables. So second place will put them 1 point off. So they need an elim.
Enigma Galaxy really looking to confirm their position. They have got the side of the circle on the shift. SnowX has to hit the deck though. A lot of damage sent out. Nomi with the challenge and wins out the duel. Able to put the DPS to work as well to get the flush. And now Enigma Galaxy are split down to 3. 1 player off in the distance. Team Spirit with no cover to work with. But they transition out to the east side. Brute Force were allowed to get back up to 2, but Effect spots Furia, looks for the flush, and more points find their way into the pocket. Team Spirit want this title. 55k and a trophy to lift.
It's been a long time coming for Team Spirit to find themselves a firm victory in these type of tournaments, and it's been looking good all the way through. 163 to 168. A second place at this point in time would confirm for Team Spirit. Just pre-pod remaining for Brute Force. This guy goes down and that's it. Team Spirit will be lifting the trophy at the end of this. They'd like to finish it in a blaze of glory with the chicken dinner. Fresh out the oven and the last one to go.
They've had their ups and downs, but I don't think you can deny them. They are a championship caliber team, but it's not done just yet. Still a little bit more to go. Prepod will hold off the first push, but they spot him. Force him back behind the tree. The rest of the squad is on the roll-up, and that is enough. Team Spirit, they've put down the hurt. A nade from Ralph. Can they close it out with a chicken dinner? Enigma Galaxy have been brutal this match. We'll have to see where they end up landing on the tables, because they actually weren't too far behind at the start of this match. Blank, this could get dangerous. Team Spirit, sure, they might have done it for now, but what can Enigma Galaxy do?
Yeah, Enigma Galaxy take themselves 3rd place right now. I don't think they'll jump much higher than that, but a 3rd place knocking Zeus down is so unfortunate.
I mean, they could.
And 15 eliminations.
I think they could do it. There's a 4-point placement difference. If they get the 3 eliminations, that's... Wait, 4 eliminations. That's 8 points. That's 8 points. They could do this. They could move up. They could overtake Team Spirit.
They could do, maybe.
If Team Spirit take one of these eliminations, get 1 point on the board. They had 2 chicken dinners. A tiebreaker goes the way of whoever wins this. They're both on 2 chicken dinners. Blank, this could happen if Enigma Galaxy take it away right at the closing moments.
They're on 156 points right now, yeah? With Team Spirit 163.
That's 7 points in the lead. If they get 4 elimination points and 4 more placement points, 10 points to 6 points, that's 8 points. Team Spirit
So
have
they'd be in
1
second
elimination
place.
of leeway. If they get 2 eliminations, they win. If they don't and they lose, we've got a new champion.
Let's wait until those overalls come on through. And we'll see what happens. Still all down to Enigma Galaxy versus Team Spirit.
$15 eliminations for Enigma Galaxy. What a way to put in the final shift of their tournament. A nail biter. And a nade over to Team Spirit. They are more central on Team Spirit's position right now. And the smoke train breaching out. Kitsune wants the off angle. Leveraging their numbers. Oh no.
Finding Kitsune on Snoix, and that's 1 down from Team Spirit. But at least he passed that information across, and that's an amazing nade from Effect. Another one from Nomi over the top. They spot Redox on his position, but Matic's down, and now just 2 players in Nomi and Effect.
Ralph behind the truck with Snoix right to his flank. Can he hold on? Can he find Effect with the blue zone pushing in? Now or never, Enigma Galaxy. Effect rolling on down the hill. Team Spirit trying to defend their title. Effect goes down, and Team Spirit make it. The chicken dinner. They will top the tables. There was an ascension attempt there by Enigma Galaxy, but they could not make it. Finally, a title, a trophy, a championship for Team Spirit.
Unreal stuff. It has been crazy throughout. Week 2 was awesome, but week 3 was a little bit worse. But finals, they bring it back. It seemed like they only do well on those even weeks. Incredible stuff from Team Spirit. It's been a long time coming. This team has been slowly working their way towards the top, and this is a dream team on paper.
They have had such a force in this as they lift the trophy. Brute force, and now Team Spirit. 2024 for EMEA is over, and we're going to PMGC.
Team Spirit are your 2024 PMSL EMEA champions. An incredible performance, and it was right down to the line between them and Enigma Galaxy.
We're going to have a word with our champions now. Let's head over to Sandstorm with Kitsune.
ورجعنا لكم اعزائي المشاهدين والمتابعين، وتم تتويج تيم سبيريت ابطال موسم الخريف لعام 2024 PMSL EMEA Fall Split Champions. Team Spirit. Kitsune, I had an interview with you before in the league stage, and I asked you, how are you going to go into the finals of this tournament? Will you be feeling any pressure? I'm sorry, but there has to have been some pressure. You left it to the last fight in the last game. First of all, how does it feel? You finally managed to get yourself this regional title. Tell me how you're feeling right now.
It feels great, you know, because basically we just wanted to get the trophy. It means a lot for us to win at the LAN with the new roster. That means a lot to me, to my organization. So this feels great, you know. This last fight, Jesus.
Honestly, you had everyone on the edge of their seats. You should have seen everyone backstage. Everyone's watching. People are doing calculations like, did Twisted do enough? If Nigma win the fight, do they get the title? You know, by the way, I think if my calculations were right, if you guys just died to the zone without giving the points to Nigma, the tournament was also yours then. Yeah, but I mean, you ended it with a bang. You got a chicken dinner to wrap it up. Boys, I mean, I don't know. Who can I ask questions from the rest of the guys?
You can ask all of them. I'll just translate.
Okay. I mean, okay, so first of all, 2 of you guys got knocked down, and then it became a 2v2. What was happening communications-wise? That's what I want to know. In those very stressful moments, who was talking, or was it just silence and complete focus?
You want them to answer?
Yeah, I mean, whoever was like the last two players. Yeah, go for it, please.
Fine. So basically, we just knew that if I could make an angle, we could just see all the Enigma, get all the info. It didn't matter, honestly, if I knock or not. I will just give them all the info. So I got there, I got knocked, but I could tell my teammates, like, one behind the drop, one behind the car, and we basically won the fight at this moment because they had all the info, they had nades, and this was pretty easy at this point.
Yeah, I want to say the nade that you guys got on SnowX right behind the drop, that definitely opened up the fight for you guys.
That was huge.
Yeah, it was definitely massive. And I want to give the floor basically like to the entire team. Is there anything that any of you want to say at this moment, getting your first regional title? Anyone, if you can.
Yeah, I'll translate.
Yeah, please. If there's anything that you'd like to say, because I'm seeing you're very emotional right now with your face. But look, it's understandable. He got a regional title, so it's only fair. So the floor is yours.
Okay, я хочу сказать спасибо всем болельщикам в первую очередь, всем, кто поддерживает, своей команде, родителям, близким, всем, кто меня поддерживает, лично мою команду. Я очень счастлив. Сегодняшний день войдет в историю, я считаю. Эффект, давай ты.
Let me translate first.
Yeah, please.
So he said, thanks to my family, thanks to all the people who supported us, our club, our team. He said that it's really important title for him, and he said that this day is a history at this point for him, and it means really a lot. And thanks to the club, he said.
Of course.
Okay.
Блин, не знаю даже, что сказать. Эмоции просто переполняют. Просто невероятное чувство. Просто я счастлив. Также хочу всем сказать спасибо тем, кто нас верил до конца, до последнего матча. Вот. Также спасибо моему кыргызскому народу за то, что всегда верили в меня. Вот. Всем рахмат огромный. Также огромная благодарность моим родителям. Вот. Также у моего папы через 2 дня будет день рождения. Вот, папа, поэтому поздравляю тебя с днем рождения. Это будет тебе наилучший подарок. Вот. Все. Всем спасибо еще раз.
So he said that he's really speechless at the moment, and it's hard to,
Put it into words.
Yes. And but he said that thanks. It means a lot for him to win the title as well, and thanks to his family, the fans. He also told that thanks to all the nation that supported him a lot. It means a lot for him. And his father has a birthday in 2 days, so
really?
he said happy birthday.
That's a heck of a birthday present, I'll tell you that. Last player, of course. The floor is yours.
It's easy.
Okay, I don't think we need translations for that. لكن ملخص المقابلة خلينا نقول مبسوطين كثير أكيد يعني فخورين بحالهم إنهم قدروا يوصلوا بهاي المرحلة وقدروا ياخذوا لقب البطولة. يعني بشكروا كل متابعينهم مشجعينهم منظمتهم عائلتهم أصدقائهم على تواجدهم وعلى مساندتهم بهاي اللحظة. Okay, أعزائي المشاهدين, ladies and gentlemen, one more time, your PMSL EMEA Fall Champions, Team Spirit!
Hey, it's easy for them, apparently, according to Matic, you know. They weren't sweating a little bit, not even a jot, as we take a look down our hallway of champions, but there can be only one team to lift the trophy.
I enjoy the fact that we finally got the pom-poms on heads at the end of it, to be honest with you. I was waiting for that one for a month now, apparently. But yeah, it's been an incredible tournament so far. Couldn't have wished for anything better. As a Secret Spirit fan myself, I mean, I'm very, very pleased to finally see them at top. And I think it's okay to be a Spirit fan because they have been sort of the weird underdogs for quite a while now. But we've had a fantastic mashup of new rosters coming into this one. Enigma Galaxy, Twisted Minds have been so fun to watch, and they just barely didn't make it in. 168 there to Team Spirit's 176, finishing things off with a chicken dinner.
Yeah, able to put that third chicken dinner on the board. Second place for Twisted Minds, Enigma Galaxy losing out on those 4 eliminations and the extra placement points as well. Drop down into third place. Zeus, a big surprise this season, Blank. Zeus coming in from the Turkish region, able to put up 154 points here in the finals. That is a marvelous performance, beating out previous season champions Brute Force. They have got a lot of brightness in their future, I'm sure.
Absolutely. We look down towards our second page here. The cutoff is 10th place with IWNRX and Virtus Pro heading through with PMGC points. Sadly, for Fireflux, Power Esports, S2G, Heroic, Team Falcons, and Trovo 2030 Esports, they will not be joining us for the PMGC, but what a fight all those teams put up, not to mention the 4 teams that we cut out during the league stage. It has been an unreal journey for all 20 of our squads here who joined us for PMSL EMEA, but only 10 could make it through. It has just been awesome to be here overall. Very much so. I wish I was speechless. Unfortunately, I'm a bit of a yapper, so I'm not.
No, I mean, to be fair, as you said, those 4 teams that left us, Black Esports, Vibes, Footballers Esports, and I'll leave the last one for a moment, that we won't be seeing them again. But Guild, hey, we're going to see them some more over in PMGC. They got invited.
Indeed.
So they will still be there. Let's take a look at some of the strongest players over the course of the finals, Blank. This is our Infinix Dream Squad. Each one of these players put up numbers in their own right. It is Eren, it is Redox, it is Effect, and Nomi. Each of these players have won themselves an Infinix GT20 Pro as the best performers from the finals.
The brand new phone, they'll be heading home with it here. Eren taking the top spot is actually unreal. He has had an unbelievable performance in the finals and kind of just swept everyone out of the waters. A lot of these veterans, Redox, Effect, and Nomi, surprisingly, Effect and Nomi are already on the same team. So realistic Team Spirit kind of have half a dream squad already.
Absolutely. They have been... I mean, they've had their ups and downs for Team Spirit over the course of it all, but they still always put in the shift. When it counts, they manage to jump up towards the top of those tables, but still a relatively low-scoring week. Have also shown a little bit of weakness, so moving to PMGC, there will be question marks, I'm sure. Let's take a look at our overall tournament MVP. That includes all of league stage and all of finals. Our MVP for the tournament, Zadira, from 77, with a grand total of 130 eliminations and almost 34,000 damage.
Who else would it be towards the top side of the tables other than Zadira? This guy has been unbelievably consistent all the way through as our tournament MVP. 33,000 damage done is ridiculous. And I think the thing to pay attention to here is the 16-minute average survival time. Even when Zadira was not getting far into these matches, he was constantly having crazy ups towards those middle of the games. Huge amount of eliminations was taken on the 100 elim mark by Lemon, but it was the same game, and I do think that if it wasn't for Shifu stealing away those 2 elims from Falcons, it could have been a different story. But he'll take home the prize of being the MVP of being the tournament here, which is unbelievable stuff. We will have a graphic shortly showing all of our qualified teams going through the PMGC. So let's take a look at it right now to see who are your teams from PMSL EMEA heading through to PMGC.
The PMGC points qualifiers, the banner atop the 4 teams will qualify from Turkey, IWNRX, qualifying from Europe, Team Spirit, our tournament champions here, champions of EMEA. The team qualifying from MEA points, that is Brute Force, and across all of our regions, because those 3, they already qualified from the sub-regions. Virtus Pro get the next accolade.
Exactly. So Twisted Minds, Digba Galaxy, Zeus Esports, RC Bra, as well as 77 and Navi are our top 6 teams in the PMSL EMEA finals to head on through. And like John said, here are our teams going through on PMGC points alone. Not that Team Spirit needed it, mind you, taking the first place spot in the finals, but it was all for glory. And for Nomi as well, who seemed to be delighted that he was picking up that trophy with his teammates after holding out for so long over on Major Pride, looking for titles over there, then moving through to Team Spirit, finally finding that glory at the top.
Absolutely. To see them lift a trophy is refreshing. It has been a while since Kitsune has gotten his mitts on one of those things. So excellent stuff to be able to see that. It's a long-running curse that he's been sort of burdening. Obviously, you talk about Alpha 7 when you talk about curses, right? Always second place. But for Team Spirit, I mean, you alluded to it earlier. It feels like for the longest time, they have been the underdogs in a lot of these tournaments, Blank, and just sort of fighting with their back to the wall, kind of their own making.
Yeah. And it's nice to see Matic back in with Kitsune. You know, moved over towards the Gladiators for a while, stayed on that team, and then finally moved away from it to head towards Team Spirit. And although they have been gladiatorial in the ring, and they will have major pride for winning this tournament, they are, after all, Team Spirit right at the top. It has been unbelievable to watch them. But yeah, Twisted Minds, I think they're the big surprise, as are Nigma Galaxy. Two teams that, honestly, I think if you just watched the league stage, you would not have expected to see them in second and third place in the finals.
To be honest, I think a lot of this podium is a surprise, right? Because as I said earlier, Zeus, a big breakout performance for them. What a season, with Eren getting the highest performing player in the finals as well. It has been really, really great to see just what they're going to be able to do with PMGC as well, because there is a real big opportunity there for them to make their mark and make a name for themselves in one of their earliest seasons. But it's been such an incredible journey, and you can keep track of all of it over on these social media channels listed down below. Take a look there. If you haven't already got your guesses in, you probably haven't been able to win the Infinix GT20 Pro for the number of times that the banner appeared, but you could still comment over on Instagram for a chance at one of the milestone rewards. Head on over, check it out, see if you could still be in with a chance. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank. It has been a month of brutal battling for the top spot, but bloodied and bruised, Team Spirit are able to beat off the competition, as we are going to head to a little bit of a pause before PMGC will be coming at you later in the month. Let's not talk about it. Let's go, and we'll see you guys over there.
Here, but Ratto Boy goes down. The need through the back line. He finds one, and it's turned. There's the response back though. First pickup. Yo! He goes on to do it.